663. The sovereign stage great demon who used heaven and earth in the sleeve and forcefully swept Zhu Gong and the others away from the great wall of sword Qi was Huang Luan, who had refined countless immortal ruins into her own courtyard. Lu Ji left the city wall with her sword and personally intercepted the great demon who was known as the most immortal in the desolation world. In addition, Sword Immortal Mi who also intercepted at the Golden River, but Huang Luan still destroyed half of her right sleeve and a heaven and earth in the sleeve. In addition, the great demon Yang Ji personally received Huang Luan, so she successfully escaped back to the Joshan tent. Lu Ji stood on the Golden River where there were fewer and fewer sword immortals. She did not return to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Instead, she stayed where she was and guarded one side. Previously, her attacks were too restrained because the battlefield was between the Golden River and the city wall. There were too many sword immortals on her side. The old sword immortal Yin Chen sat cross-legged in the middle of the big strokes. He shook his head and looked disapproving. He sneered and criticized in his heart, "If I were at this level, Huang Luan would not be able to escape. The battle has already reached this stage, but she still doesn't know how to calculate the score. Lu Ji, how did you become a great sword immortal? A woman will always be a woman, with a woman's heart." This was probably how Yin Chen's reputation in the Great Wall of Sword Qi had come about. Outside the Joshan tent, Huang Luan shook her right sleeve and scattered beans on the ground. A few young sword immortals the size of mustard seeds appeared one after another. Zhu Gong kept his sword and thanked her. Li Zhen's face was gloomy, and Yu Sai was in a mess. He supported the unconscious youth Ni Tan. As for Liu Bai, he suffered the most damage. Fortunately, his soul had already been collected by Ni Tan. He was not a sword immortal, but the leader of the Joshan tent. After knowing Liu Bai's situation, although he was burning with anxiety, he still bowed and thanked this senior. Huang Luan smiled and said, "Wooden Clog, you are the fate of the world. The great Tao is long. There will always be a chance to repay you for saving our lives." Wooden Clog looked determined and said, "I dare not forget today's great kindness. If the Joshan tent really lost a sword immortal in battle, then as the leader of the Joshan tent, Wooden Clog's merits and demerits would not only be recorded in the account book. Therefore, Huang Luan's action was equivalent to saving the young Wooden Clog's life." Wooden Clog. Yang Ji waved her hand and detained Yu Sai before pushing him back. She stood at Yu Sai's original position and gently held the youth in her arms. She stretched out a finger and pressed it against Pei Tan's forehead. The purest water fate in the world flowed out from her fingertip and poured into the youth's cheek cavities. At the same time, she rubbed her fingers and condensed a white short sword. It was an ancient relic that she had kept for many years. She pressed it against Pei Tan's forehead. The youth had destroyed her life source flying sword, so she would give him another one. Yang Li's Li Master. Immortal, Mother. Tian Ting Master as. Yang Ji said gently, "Don't worry about some setbacks. Ni Tan was a young man after all." Although his Daoist heart was not damaged, he was still heartbroken. The young man sobbed, "That guy is too cunning. The 5 of us seem to have been fighting him all this while. What about Sister Liu Bai?" In the end, the young man still felt sorry for Sister Liu Bai. Yang Ji laughed and said, "That Liu Bai, Master has always disliked her for not being handsome enough and not worthy of you. Now, let Mr. Zhu change his appearance to a better one and you two can become Taoist companions." The young man quickly shook his head. That was not his intention. Yang Ji rubbed the young man's head, "It's up to you." Huang Luan was surprised. Since when did Yang Ji take in a direct disciple? Sword Immortal Sai Chen hurriedly rushed to Joshan tent and took away his junior martial sister's soul from the Black Beach. After confirming that Liu Bai's Jindan and Yuanying were fine, Sai Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He thanked everyone and then carefully used a spell to gather Liu Bai's soul and quickly took a detour to his master. As for the detour, of course, it was because of Alliance. Huang Luan left with the wind and returned to the Jade Palace. She chose a secluded place and began to breathe. She swallowed the abundant spiritual energy. In fact, he had suffered the greatest loss this time. He had used Hokue Gate, which he had carefully cultivated, as a puppet on the battlefield to deal with the young hidden official. In the end, he had lost an important chess piece, and he had also suffered a sword strike from Lu Ji and Mi Hu. Half of his robe sleeve was broken, and he had lost a small world. Most importantly, he had lost 300 years of cultivation for nothing. Huang Luan moved her mind. Not far away, a pavilion with many dragon corpses as pillars and corridors appeared out of thin air. Huang Luan immediately opened the restriction and kept it in her own world. Huang Luan smiled, "Thank you for the reward." Mu Ju had returned to the military tent. Zhu Gong and Li Zhen stood side by side, watching the battle from afar. In the battle to kill the hidden official, the two of them didn't even get injured because they didn't have the chance to use their full strength. However, compared to Liu Bai, Ni Tan, and Yu Sai, they were probably the most aggrieved. Li Zhen said to Zhu Gong telepathically, "I didn't expect to lose to a flying sword. If it weren't for this, even if Chen Pinggan had 2 more flying swords, he would still die." Zhu Gong said, "You can complain, but I hope you don't vent your anger on Ni Tan and Yu Sai." Li Zhen sneered, "If you didn't remind me, I would have forgotten that they were involved in the battle. 3 useless things, except for dragging us down, what else have they done?" Zhu Gong frowned and said, "Li Zhen, I dare say that in another 100 years, even if Liu Bai is injured, I will be the most injured one. Even Liu Bai, who was injured the most, would have a higher achievement in sword Dao than you." Li Zhen stayed silent for a while and said with self-mockery, "Are you sure I can live for another 100 years? Zhu Gong asked back, "Is it so important whether you are Li Zhen or not? Are you sure you are a sword cultivator? Are you able to wield a sword for yourself?" Zhu Gong was greatly puzzled. Although the previous Tuo Yushan Li Zhen was unruly and arrogant, Zhu Gong did not feel that there was anything wrong with that kind of arrogance. However, for some reason, after Li Zhen died once, his temperament seemed to be more and more extreme. It could even be said that he was discouraged. Li Zhen rubbed his cheeks with both hands and murmured, "Have you personally walked through the river of time? Maybe not, maybe you have, but you definitely haven't seen the riverbed of the river of time. I have walked through it, that is my destiny." Zhu Gong listened to Li Zhen's murmur and frowned. Yu Sai stood there alone. He was even more despondent than Li Zhen, who looked gloomy. It was easy for people to feel lonely when they were alone, and loneliness often arose in the midst of a bustling crowd. A figure appeared beside him out of thin air. It was a young woman with scarlet eyes. The robe she was wearing was intertwined with fine green threads, which were rivers and streams that she had refined over the years. She softly consoled, "Young master, it's fine. I'm here." She then stared at the slender figure of Yang Ji. The two opposing sides were the old and new Yeluohe lords. Yu Sai pushed aside the young woman's hand and took a step forward. "Let's go." The woman followed closely behind. Black Beach was stunned when he saw this. Seated in the tent, Wooden Clog raised his head and then lowered it again. Wooden Clog had always known the sects of Li Zhen, Zhu Gong, and Liu Bai, but only today did he learn of Xiao Tan and Yu Sai's true backer. The youth scratched his head. When would he be able to take in disciples and become their backer? Chen Pinggan woke up with a start and sat up on his bed. Fortunately, this was the Ning residence that he had not returned to in a long time, not the corner of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Chen Pinggan pressed a hand to his forehead. His head hurt like it was about to split open, and he exhaled deeply. Just this small action had caused his entire world to turn upside down. This shouldn't be a dream. The immortals on the mountain had countless arts, and there were far too many strange things in the world. He had to be on guard. Chen Pinggan looked in a daze at the door. A man was sitting on the threshold, holding a wine pot and drinking with his head raised. Not even the thick smell of medicine in the room could cover up the aroma of wine. The man stood up, leaned against the door, and smiled. "Relax. A person like me should only appear in Mrs. Dreams." The man wiped his mouth and began to chuckle to himself. The affairs of the world are as short as a spring dream, and the spring dream leaves no trace. For example, in a spring dream, the unripe yellow millet leaves the banana dear. The scholar was just thinking of some beautiful poems in a book. It was very serious. Chen Pinggan felt like a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. This should be the real person. Chen Pingan and Alliance looked at each other for a long time. The first sentence he said was a question that spoiled the mood. Alliance, when are you leaving? He hoped that Alliance would return to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, but he didn't want Alliance to stay there. He would die. In this war, the only one who dared to say that he would never die was the grey-robed elder in the wilderness Jiazi tent. Even Yang Ji, Huang Luan, and the other sovereigns of the wilderness didn't dare to be so sure. On the Great Wall of Sword Chi, no one was an exception. If I want to leave, a large group of Ascendant Realm cultivators can't stop me. If I don't want to leave, even Boss Sword Immortal can't chase me away. Do you think you can persuade me? Alliance sighed, shook the wine pot in his hand, and said, sure enough, you're still the same. What's the point of thinking so much? You can't take care of everything. The young man back then didn't act like a young man, and the young man today still doesn't act like a young man. Do you think that after crossing this threshold, you can live a comfortable life in the future? Dream on. The result of today's matter seemed to have understood the cause of yesterday's matter, but it was often the cause of tomorrow's matter. Why did he cultivate on the mountain? It wasn't as simple as occupying a place with good feng shui. Alliance reached out and pointed at the young man with the wine pot. I shouldn't have let you practice martial arts and cultivate so early. Anyway, this senior brother is not good enough. The next time we meet, I'll talk to him. People who cultivated the Tao worked hard mentally but not physically. Pure martial arts people worked hard but not mentally. This kid, on the other hand, had both. Wasn't he just asking for trouble? However, Liang didn't say anything harsh. He had some words of his own, which were easy for him to say. However, it was better than standing and talking. Otherwise, he would have no hope in this life. Alliance motioned for Chen Pingan to lie down and recuperate. He sat on the threshold again and continued to drink. He borrowed this pot of immortal wine from Sword Immortal Sun Juyuan on the way here. Since there was no one at home, he couldn't blame him for not greeting them. Chen Pingan asked curiously, have you fought? Alliance faced the courtyard with a lazy expression. With his back facing Chen Pingan, he said, not much, just 2. If we continue fighting, the Jiazi tent will be in chaos. I've been afraid of hornets' nests since I was young, so I quickly hid here and drank a few mouthfuls of wine to calm myself down. If it wasn't a fight where he was ganged up on, Alliance couldn't lift his spirits. It wasn't easy. Revisiting an old place, the taste of wine was still the same. Many friends became old friends, so he felt sad. In this life, he seemed to have always been like this. So no matter how much he drank, it was hard for him to feel happy. Alliance asked casually, did you promise Boss Sword Immortal something? Chen Pingan said, the Great Wall of Sword Chi can be defended for an extra 3 years. Unknowingly, he had been at the Great Wall of Sword Chi for a few years. If it was in the vast world, it would be enough for Chen Pingan to explore the Book Lake again. If he traveled alone, he would be able to explore the entire North Continent or Tongye Continent. After becoming a hidden official, every day in the Summer Palace felt like a year. The only thing he did to relieve his boredom was to hide in the Winter Palace and teach the children martial arts. Then you're really stupid. Alliance shook his head and said, have you ever thought that if Cho Miao was the hidden official, and you were the assistant, it would be much easier? The ending of the Great Wall of Sword Chi wouldn't be too different. Now that the 5th world has been opened, has Boss Sword Immortal told you the inside story of the mirage in the north of the city? Chen Pingan deliberately ignored the first question and said softly, he said that the entire mirage is an imitation of the ascension platform that was built intermittently for thousands of years. Together with the hidden officials' Summer Palace and Winter Palace, it is an ancient 3 mountains formation. When the time comes, it will bring a batch of Sword Dao seeds from the Great Wall of Sword Chi to break through the canopy and head to the new world. However, there is a huge problem. The mirage is like a small temple, it can't accommodate sword immortals of the upper 5 realms. Therefore, the people who leave must be sword cultivators of the middle 5 realms and lower 5 realms. Furthermore, Boss Sword Immortal doesn't feel at ease letting some sword immortals hold the fort. Alliance said in amazement, Boss Sword Immortal really hid it well. Even I didn't know about this. When I wandered around in the early years, I only made a rough guess. Boss Sword Immortal doesn't mind forcing all the native Sword Immortals to their deaths. However, Boss Sword Immortal is good about one thing. He has always been very tolerant towards young people. He will definitely leave them a way out. Now that you mention it, it makes sense. In the New World, no Chi refinement warrior of the upper 5 realms will be allowed to enter for the next 500 years to prevent them from being beaten to a pulp. Indeed, some rich family's courtyard would have 1 or 2 jars of silver buried in it. With such a shocking ascension platform, who would guard the array when the time came? Naturally, it would be Boss Sword Immortal himself. Alliance could not help but gulp down a mouthful of wine. He said with a sigh, "Our Boss Sword Immortal is the most unhappy sword cultivator. He is half dead and has been a coward for 10,000 years. In the end, he only managed to deliver 2 swords. Therefore, there are some things that Boss Sword Immortal has done wrong. Kid, you can scold him, but don't hate him." Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "I won't hate him. I don't dare to scold him." Alliance said with a smile, "It's fine to scold him every now and then." Chen Pinggan said helplessly, "Boss Sword Immortal holds grudges. I can't run away even if I scold him." Alliance nodded and said earnestly, "Drink and chat, flatter, rub shoulders and knock on the back. Say thank you to Boss Sword Immortal for your hard work. You can't do anything less. Besides, you are already so severely injured. Limp to the thatched cottage at the top of the city to look at the scenery. At that time, silence speaks louder than words. Act pitiful? Do you need to act? You are already so pitiful. If it were me, I would borrow a straw mat from my friends and sleep outside Boss Sword Immortal's thatched cottage." Chen Pinggan laughed. Then, he drowsily fell asleep peacefully. Alliance sat alone at the doorstep. He had no intention of leaving. He just drank slowly and muttered to himself, "At the end of the day, there is only one logic. A crying child gets candy. Chen Pinggan, you didn't know this since you were young. You are at a disadvantage. Capable people do more work." After a long time, it was inevitable that others would get used to it. The lineage of the literary sage. The old scholar was in the 5th heaven, and had a portion of karma. His first disciple, Kui Dong, was in charge of Aquarius continent. His left and right were in Tongyi continent. His last disciple, Chen Pinggan, was in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, and had been a hidden official for 2.5 years. And all the sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Regardless of whether it was the strong or the weak, everyone's logic would bring true good and bad to this shaky world. After a while, Chen Pinggan woke up from his dream. He immediately sat up, perspiring profusely. Alliance did not turn his head and said, "That won't do. You will have an inner demon in the future." Chen Pinggan raised his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead. His face was pale as he laid back down on the bed and closed his eyes. Alliance did not make a sound. He continued to sit alone and drink. Probably because he felt that the doorstep was uncomfortable, he changed his posture and squatted down to drink. That year in the Aquarius continent, the man with the bamboo hat tricked the bumpkin youth to drink. In truth, there were no wine immortals in the world who were drunk and unfettered. There were only drunkards who were drunk to death. On top of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, there was no more swing. A certain sword immortal did not have to face a bowl of Yangchun noodles, and did not dare to use his chopsticks. When the sword immortal, Yuan Qing died in battle, he was in high spirits. The sect leader of the North Continent's Tai Hui sword sect, Han Huizi, died in battle, and was speechless. A white-haired old lady stood at the entrance of the Ning residence, muttering softly, old dog, come back to watch the door." 664. Alliance stood up and heard the distant sound of a bugle horn on the battlefield. The savage world had retreated. Both sides would clean up the battlefield. The next battle might not need a bugle horn to end. Alliance arrived at the pavilion on Dragon Slaying Cliff. He let go of the empty wine jug in his hand and spun around. With a howl, he kicked the wine jug out of the pavilion and onto the training ground. The battle had come to an end. For a time, the sword cultivators on the city walls returned home like migratory birds. Streaks of sword light formed a picturesque scene. Seclusion, recovery, sword refinement, wine. The dead were gone. The sadness of the survivors would be dissolved in a bowl of wine, whether it was a big drink or a small drink. Alliance couldn't remember which master had said at a wine table that a person's stomach was the best wine jar in the world. The stories of old friends were the best pulp. Adding the bitter gall and mixing in the joys and sorrows, it could brew the best wine with endless flavor. After some thought, he slapped his thigh. That master was himself. It wasn't good to belittle oneself too much. He had to change. Soon, a group of people returned to the Ning mansion on their swords. Ning Yarrow suddenly descended and landed at the gate. She spoke to the old woman. As for the others, Chen Sanxiu, Wei Yizhong, Dong Huafu, Yang Zue, and Fan Dash, they went straight to the pavilion. They floated down and sheathed their swords. Alliance supported himself with one hand on the pavilion's pillar and one foot on the ground. He looked at the slender woman and sighed. Wei Yizhong is a big girl now. Wei Yizhong smiled and called out to Alliance. When she was young, Taizhong often accompanied our Liang to squat in the streets and alleys, worrying. The man worried about how to get money for the wine, while the girl worried about why she was not allowed to buy wine. Every time they bought wine, they could earn some copper coins and broken pieces of silver for running expenses. The copper coins fought in the ragged money bag. If 1 or 2 pieces of silver were added, it would be the most pleasant sound in the world. Unfortunately, Alliance had bought things on credit too many times. Even the managers of many restaurants and taverns were afraid of her. Dong Huafu asked, "How is it big?" Alliance smiled. "Ask your mother." Dong Huafu chuckled, "Mountain range stacks. My mother said that you didn't have good intentions in naming mountain range stacks." Alliance said helplessly, "What is this?" "Tell your mother to read less of those books. With so many books in your family's collection, who knows how many black-hearted booksellers in the South Surrey continent? And the printing. And the content. Out of 10 books. Of the books. Ofs. He. S. He liked Dong Budi, and Dong Budi liked Alliance. However, this wasn't the reason why Chen Sanxiu didn't like Alliance. On the contrary, Chen Sanxiu admired Alliance's carefree attitude. He was also grateful for Alliance's actions back then. For example, Alliance had a private argument with the eldest sword immortal for him. He scolded the head of the Chen family, Chen Shi. However, he didn't tell Chen Sanxiu about it. Chen Sanxiu only found out about this after the fact. By the time he found out, Alliance had already left the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He wore a bamboo hat and a bamboo blade as he quietly returned to his hometown. Some sword immortals had great swordsmanship, but they didn't have freedom. They were always uneasy in this world. For example, Alliance, who had the most freedom, always said that true freedom was never about having no worries. Fatty Yang was massaging the man's shoulders and back. He whispered, Alliance, how's my swordsmanship now? Can I make the fairies' hearts pound when I go to righteous world? You said that as long as you're a sword immortal, even if you're not that handsome, you're the best rouge for women when you use your sword. When they see brilliant swordsmanship, it's like they're wearing blush. Does it count? Ah Liang nodded and said, it counts, how can it not count? I'm very familiar with the vast world. If you have the chance to travel there in the future, I'll give you a map and mark all the mountains with fairies. Don't be silly and ask for swords. You only need to go to the foot of the mountain, fly up on your sword, walk around the mountain, and perform a set of swordsmanship. When you're done, don't say anything during this period. Just take off the wine pot and leave the fairies to drink with your head tilted back. Until this moment, you can recite a poem loudly and leave in a carefree manner. Yang's head was as big as a dustpan. Alliance, I don't know how to recite poems. Alliance said, I do. There are more than 300 lines in a book. They're all tailor-made for sword immortals like us. I'll sell them to you at a friendship price. Dong Huafu asked, You've already used the poems in the book, haven't you? Alliance was a little resentful. Fan Dash was the most reserved. He was not familiar with Senior Alliance. Even if Senior Alliance was amiable and approachable, he was still high and mighty to Fan Dash. He was right in front of him, but far away. It was like many young sword cultivators meeting old sword immortals like Dong Sangeng and Lu Ji. The seniors might not look down on the juniors, but the juniors would often look down on themselves. Alliance smiled and said, "You're called Fan Dash, right?" Fan Dash quickly nodded, flattered. Liang said, "You ascended to the Golden Core realm earlier than Sword Immortal Boss and I expected." Fan Dash was in disbelief. Even he was able to catch the eye of Senior Liang and the old Sword Immortal. Liang said with a smile, "Actually, every child's growth is watched by Sword Immortal eldest brother. It's just that boss is shy and doesn't like to be polite with others." It was not easy to respond to that. After all, he was not the second manager who treated people with sincerity. After Ning Yarrow separated from Grandma Bai, she walked up the stone path of dragon-slaying cliff. When Ning Yarrow arrived at the pavilion, Alliance and the others had already taken their seats. Ning Yarrow looked a little tired as she asked, "Is Alliance all right? That kid couldn't sleep well and was knocked out by me. Now, he's breathing like thunder." "He's much better," Alliance said frankly. "Chen Pinggan won't be able to go out of the city to fight in the short term. You should have stopped him from fighting. It was too dangerous. He can't develop a habit of gambling with his life." Ning Yarrow shook her head and said, "Leave it to him. I can't persuade him." Alliance was amazed. "Little Ning, are you still the little Ning I know?" Ning Yarrow sat down silently and leaned against the pavilion pillar. She carried a sword case on her back and wore a snow-white robe. In the pavilion, they chatted casually. Most of the time, Dong Huafu was asking Alliance about the deeds of Qing Ming Tian. Alliance was bragging about how amazing he was over there. Being second place in the boxing world was not a skill. After all, there was no winner. However, he could topple the Baek-o Kaekyung building without using a sword. This was a feat that not everyone could achieve. He pretended to be relaxed. There must be something hard to let go of. Alliance finally gave these youngsters some advice on swordsmanship, pointing out the bottlenecks and barriers of their cultivation. Then, he got up and said goodbye. "I'm going to find someone I know to drink some wine. You guys should hurry back to your homes." Ning Yarrow got up and watched as Alliance and all his friends left on their swords. She walked down the dragon-slaying cliff alone and went to the small house. She gently pushed open the door, crossed the threshold, and sat by the bed. She gently held Chen Ping'an's left hand that had stretched out from under the blanket. It was still trembling slightly. This was a sign that his soul was trembling and his qi was still unstable. Ning Yarrow's movements were gentle. She put Chen Ping'an's hand back under the blanket. She bent down and reached out to wipe away the sweat on Chen Ping'an's forehead. With a finger, she gently smoothed out his slightly furrowed brows. Ning Yarrow was very happy that Chen Ping'an liked her. But Chen Ping'an liked her, so she had to be so tired. Ning Yarrow was a little angry with herself. So, when Chen Ping'an, who was sleeping soundly, just relaxed his brows, she frowned again. What should she do? She couldn't not like him. She couldn't bear for him not to like her. These feelings of sorrow, before she could frown, came to her heart again. Alliance returned to the top of the city wall directly. However, he didn't go to the thatched cottage. Instead, he sat beside Wu Chengpei, who was still diligently refining his sword. Wu Chengpei looked at the battlefield. The Golden River had been kept by the saints of the three sects. On the ground, there were still some scattered fights. He didn't look sad at all. Everyone had their own indescribable suffering. For many sword cultivators who came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi for the first time, almost all of them had strange tempers and were difficult to get close to. Alliance didn't say anything. Wu Chengpei finally spoke. "I heard from Mi Hu that before Ju Cheng died, he said, there's no point in living. Let's just watch." Dao Wen said that it was a good death. "I envy them." Alliance said, "Indeed, not everyone can choose how they want to live. They can only choose how they want to die. But I still have to say that a bad life is better than a good death." Wu Chengpei said, "In the years that you weren't around, all the sword cultivators from the outside, regardless of whether they are dead or alive, regardless of whether their realms are high or low, made me look at them in a different light. I no longer have any resentment towards the righteous world." Alliance took out a pot of immortal wine. He opened the mud seal and shook it gently. The fragrance of the wine assailed his nostrils. He lowered his head and sniffed it. He smiled and said, "Another autumn has passed in the wine. The wine's taste is better than the osman thus fragrance every year. The wine of the righteous world and the green netherworld are indeed inferior to the great wall of sword chi." Wu Chengpei suddenly asked, "Alliance, have you ever had a girl that you truly liked?" Alliance thought for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, Wu Chengpei shook his head and said, "There's no need to answer. I already regret asking this question. I'll probably regret it even more after hearing the answer." Alliance smiled. In the pugilistic world, there's no need to drink if you don't have any romantic feelings. Look at those infatuated people. Which one of them isn't a drunkard soaked in wine? In the field of love, everyone is a coward. Wu Chengpei was a little surprised. It was rare for this King Alliance to say something so serious. Lu Ji rarely appeared. She sat on the other side of Wu Chengpei. Alliance tossed the wine pot in his hand over. In the end, Lu Ji slapped it back. Alliance caught the wine pot and grumbled, "Why are you being so polite with your big brother Alliance? It's just a pot of wine." Lu Ji raised her arm. Alliance sighed and took out a new pot of wine and threw it over. Heroines should not be bothered by trifles. After drinking, Lu Ji asked, "I heard that the Green Netherworld has a lineage of Taoism sword immortals. They have a long history. How are their sword techniques? How are they compared to the great celestial master of Mount Longhu?" Alliance rubbed his chin. "You're talking about Master Sun of the Da Shendu Temple, right? I've never met him before. It's a pity. The nuns of the Da Shendu Temple. Oh, no, it's the peach forest in the Daoist Temple. Whether there's people or not, the scenery is superb. As for the great celestial master of Mount Longhu, I'm quite familiar with him. The nobles of the celestial master's residence are especially enthusiastic when they receive guests. It can be said that they bring a lot of people with them. There was no need to speak when meeting. Of course, they were very enthusiastic when they first met." Alliance pushed Wu Chengpei's head away and smiled at Lu Ji. "If you're interested, you can first mention my name when you visit the celestial master's residence." Lu Ji sneered. "Mention your name? Isn't that the same as asking for the sword from Mount Longhu?" Alliance laughed. "No one knows me better than Lu Ji on the Great Wall of Sword Chi." Wu Chengpei said, "Gentlemen, I'm refining a sword. I'm drinking and chatting. Go somewhere else." Lu Ji said, "You can't refine a good sword before your heart dies." Wu Chengpei said, "You don't have to worry about that. I only know that the flying sword, Sweet Rain, is still in the top 3 of A grade even if I don't refine it. Great Sword Immortal Lu's intrinsic flying sword is only B grade. The A grade book of the Summer Palace recorded it clearly." Lu Ji said, "Wait for me to finish drinking." Wu Chengpei said, "Please drink faster." Sword Immortal Wu Chengpei was not good at fighting, but he was famous on the Great Wall of Sword Chi for not fearing anyone. Alliance had suffered under Wu Chengpei in the past. Wu Chengpei's casual words made Alliance suffer for half a year. "You, Alliance, have a high cultivation realm and a powerful background. You won't die anyway, so why are you flaunting your power in front of me?" Words that made things difficult were never those that were completely unreasonable. Instead, it was words that sounded reasonable but were not that reasonable. At this moment, Alliance waved his hand and shouted at the 2 old sword cultivators sitting on the north and south city walls. "I'll be the banker. Cheng Quan, Zhao Yi, place your bets." However, Lu Ji had already stood up. She threw the wine flask outside the city walls and left on her sword. After Lu Ji left, Alliance said, "In the past, Lu Ji treated everyone as an outsider. Now, she has changed a lot. It's rare for her to speak with you about her own family. How can she not appreciate it?" Wu Chengpei had a dazed expression as he said, "It's uncomfortable to hear family talk." Alliance nodded. "That's true." Wu Chengpei said, "Do you know about Xiao Chuo's matter?" Alliance leaned back and rested his head on the back of his hand. He crossed his legs and said, "Everyone has their own aspirations." Wu Chengpei suddenly said, "I didn't thank you or apologize for what happened back then. Today, I'll make it up to you. I'm sorry, thank you. However, Alliance said, in other places, sword cultivators like us who are good at swordsmanship and even better looking are very popular. Wu Chengpei was indeed a handsome man. In the conversations of many women, he and Miu were often called the twin jade annulus. It was just that one was infatuated and the other was sentimental. After seeing with their own eyes the beauty of the two raw jade stage sword show, those foreign women who felt that this trip was worth it suddenly realized that men could also be so good-looking. Beauty, beauty, beauty. It wasn't only women who enjoyed the word beauty. Wu Chengpei placed the sword of the sword workshop horizontally on his knees and looked into the distance. He said softly, "When the water reaches the end, sit and watch the clouds rise." Wu Chengpei then asked, "Sit and watch the clouds rise." Adding the word mountain and echoing the water, "Wouldn't that be better?" Alliance said casually, "No, the more words, the less meaning." Wu Chengpei thought for a moment and nodded. "That makes sense." Alliance laughed. "Why are you trying to be cultured?" Wu Chengpei replied, "I had nothing to do, so I flipped through the imprint of the Bi-sword deity. It was quite interesting." Alliance was puzzled. "What is it?" Wu Chengpei laughed. "You don't know the word Bi? How can you be a scholar? Didn't your father die of anger?" Alliance giggled. "Your father is about to die of anger." Wu Chengpei stretched his waist with a smile on his face. The heart of a gentleman is as clear as a mirror in autumn. A gentleman's friendship leads to the same path and no evil words are spoken. A gentleman's action is like the morning dew of wild grass. It comes and goes adorably. Alliance was stunned. "Did I say that?" Wu Chengpei laughed. "A scholar said it." When Chen Pinggan woke up again, he could already walk. Knowing that the wilderness had stopped attacking the city, he did not relax much. Not being able to find Ning Yaro, Grandma Bai was hiding at the Winter Palace to teach martial arts. Chen Pinggan went to the Summer Palace on his sword and found Alliance sitting at the doorstep, chatting with Cho Miao. Cho Miao, Dong Budi, and the other local sword cultivators were very familiar with Alliance. But for Lin Junbai and the other sword cultivators, they only had a name for Alliance. Everyone had heard of him, but no one had seen him. Alliance had stayed at the Great Wall of Sword Qi for more than 100 years. To the young cultivators of the vast world, Alliance's story could only be passed down by word of mouth. Jiang Shangzhen in the North Continent had many stories. Alliance, who had already been to 3 continents, had even more stories. Because the 2 landscape paintings spread out in the Summer Palace could not touch upon the battlefield south of the Golden River, none of the sword show of the hidden official lineage had personally witnessed a Liang's first 2 strikes. They could only feel his elegance through the gathered information. As a result, when young sword show like Lin Junbai and Cao Gun saw a Liang in person, they were even more restrained than Fan Dash. Song Gaoyuan from the Fuyao continent was even more agitated. His face was flushed, but he did not dare to speak. Song Gaoyuan knew from a young age that the female ancestor of his lineage was very fond of Alliance. At that time, Song Gaoyuan took advantage of his young age to ask many taboo questions. The female ancestor told the child many old stories. Song Gaoyuan had a deep impression of her. Every time the female ancestor talked about Alliance, she would be angry, and embarrassed. Song Gaoyuan could not make sense of it then. It was only later that he found out that such an expression was a woman's true love for a person. Guo Zhujiu squatted by the door sill. She rested her chin on her hands and stared hard at Alliance. She was too young and had never seen Alliance. Today, she would take a few more looks to make up for it. Guo Zhujiu occasionally turned her head to look at the old lady, and then glanced at Deng Liang, who liked the old lady. Alliance was a little creeped out by this little girl who did not forget to carry a bamboo box. The little girl of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was not careless. Occasionally, when their eyes met, the little girl would immediately grin. For the first time, Alliance was a little embarrassed and could only smile with the little girl. This made Alliance think of that little bastard Li Huai for no reason. He was the epitome of simplicity in the small town. Guo Zhujiu saw Chen Pinggan and immediately jumped up. She ran to his side and suddenly became worried. She wanted to say something but hesitated. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "It's okay. Take your time to recover." Guo Zhujiu nodded vigorously and then poked the door sill with her finger. She lowered her voice and said, "Master, a living alliance." Chen Pinggan rubbed the little girl's head and said, "Have you forgotten? I've known Senior Alliance for a long time." Alliance gave her a thumbs up and said with a smile, "He took in a good disciple." Guo Zhujiu returned the favor and gave him a thumbs up. She probably felt that it was not polite enough and gave him another thumbs up. "My master knows a good senior." Alliance also gave her a thumbs up. "Little girl, you have good eyes." Guo Zhujiu maintained her posture. "Sister Dong has good eyes." Alliance said, "Sword Immortal Guo has good fortune." Guo Zhujiu was just about to continue speaking when she was hit by her master. She could only withdraw her hands. "Senior, you win." Finally, Guo Zhujiu strutted into the room. Chen Pinggan and Alliance sat on the door sill. The two swordsmen and two scholars began to drink together. 665. The two foreigners drank foreign wine. Alliance was the first to speak. He joked, "To recover so quickly, the physique of a pure martial artist is indeed impressive. The recovery of the muscles, bones, blood, and flesh, the stabilization of the chaotic soul, and the repair and nourishment of the life-bound flying sword. The speed of the three was indeed somewhat beyond Alliance's imagination." Chen Pinggan said helplessly, "My life was hanging by a thread. I still have some lingering fear." It was not only the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi who, for various reasons, chose to secretly send messages to the military tents of the wilderness. There were also cultivators in the demon army who leaked information to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. After this battle, the Summer Palace had already given a detailed assessment of the combat strength of the 5 genius sword cultivators of the Jioshan tent. Of course, the hidden young official's trump card of having 2 life-bound flying swords was definitely known by many military tents of the wilderness by now. Alliance joked, "You can't just watch the thief eat the meat and not watch the thief get beaten. I understand this principle." It was not easy for any outsider to gain a foothold in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Alliance was someone who had experienced this before. He had a deep understanding of this. Alliance stood up and stretched. He said, "Let's go. I'll take you to the city for a stroll." A person's heartstrings can't always be stretched taut. Off to the side, Chen Pinggan didn't even realize that ever since he had been picking medicinal herbs, he had been following the rules since he was a child. Breathing was for the sake of living. This was the most important thing. Since almost all cultivators had dedicated their lives to longevity, they would naturally work hard on the 2 words, breathing and breathing. In the shop of the Yang family in Lizhu Heavenly Cave, the old man with an extremely high seniority had taught Chen Pinggan a long time ago. The method was not brilliant, and its quality was average. However, it was neutral, peaceful, and orderly. Therefore, it was a kind of food supplement, not a medicinal supplement. Although it was natural for Chen Pinggan to get used to it, it would not cause any physical burden on his body. On the contrary, it would only benefit him for a long time. It was like a gurgling source of living water that nourished his heart. However, cultivation was cultivation, and being a person was different. Between the heart, there was a clear ridge and there was a path to walk. It was as if every step he took did not exceed the rules. Every day, he could guard the harvest. Such a restraint was naturally a good thing, but it would make a person feel bored. Therefore, the young man with straw shoes in the mud bottle alley always imperceptibly gave people the impression that he was young and mature. After Chen Pinggan learned the fist art, he liked to deliberately control his breathing and footsteps every time he traveled alone in Jianghu. He used a higher realm to disguise himself as a lower realm. He could always do it at his fingertips. He was more experienced than an experienced Jianghu veteran, and it was not purely because of his talent. Chen Pinggan followed and stood up. He smiled and asked, "Can I bring a little follower?" Alliance nodded and said, "Then each of us will bring one." Chen Pinggan called for Guo Zhujiu. She was still Chen Pinggan's little disciple. However, at Chen Pinggan's age, he was only 30 years old. To a cultivator, his age was just like a child in the marketplace. The possibility of Guozhujiu becoming the last disciple of Luo Po Mountain was extremely small. Guozhujiu carried the book box again and held the mountain walking staff in her hand. Alliance called for the young sword cultivator from Fuyao Continent's Deer Horn Palace, Song Gaoyuan. Deer Horn Palace was a first-rate celestial sect in Fuyao Continent. The few ancestors that were still alive were all women. Therefore, there were many female cultivators. Therefore, the male cultivators of Deer Horn Palace were the envy of others. Deer Horn Palace was famous for its water spells in the continent. It occupied a small part of the water body that entered the sea. Among them, the Dufu Ferry and Yangjijin under Deer Horn Palace were famous tourist attractions. One of them required women to remove their makeup and change into a cloth skirt and wooden hairpin. Otherwise, the water goddess would stir up trouble. The other place was the opposite. It required women to apply rouge and dress up beautifully. Only then could people safely wade through the water. Deer Horn Palace never asked about this. As long as the two places did not harm people's lives, the two capricious water goddesses set up strange rules based on their personal preferences. Du Fu Du and Yang Zijin. Ah Liang, who had been traveling around the Fuyao continent for a few years, had obviously been there before. She even got along well with the two water goddesses. One was lively and the other was shy. They were both good ladies. As for the chance encounter in Deer Horn Palace, it was on a night with bright moonlight. Alliance had promised to give the water goddess, who was Du Fu Ferry, a gift for their first meeting. He helped that pitiful woman recover her shattered appearance. Then, he went to the ancestral lotus pond of Deer Horn Palace. Every lotus leaf there had great uses. There were countless female cultivators who were dissatisfied with their appearance. They had bitterly begged Deer Horn Palace for a lotus leaf, but they could not get one. There was a price, but there was no market. They could not buy it. The mountain and water restrictions of Deer Horn Palace were very interesting. At that time, Alliance could only crawl forward, twisting here and there. Only then did he sneak to the side of the lotus pond. He stuck out his butt and lay down, peeling the lotus heads and picking the lotus leaves. Unexpectedly, on a lotus leaf as big as a green mattress in the distance, a lady suddenly sat down. She widened her eyes and looked at the sloppy man who had a few small lotus leaves in his arms. He was lying on the ground, peeling the lotus heads and eating the lotus seeds. Seeing her, Alliance extended his hand and asked if she wanted to try it. The lady treated her guest well. An extremely beautiful water spell came crashing down on his head. The past could be recalled and recalled. The four of them left the summer palace on foot. Chen Pinggan had always been meticulous. He noticed that among the people in the room, Dong Buji and Pang Yuanji seemed to have some subtle changes in their state of mind. He just did not know what Alliance had talked about with them before he arrived. Outside the door, Song Gaoyuan gathered his courage. His face was red as he asked softly, "Senior Alliance, will you still come to our Deer Horn Palace in the future?" Alliance smiled and asked, "Tell me, which senior of your sect is it? After so many years, you still can't forget about me. I can't guarantee whether or not I'll go to Deer Horn Palace." For the Venerable One's taboo, Song Gaoyuan whispered telepathically to Senior Alliance. "It's Grandmaster Rongguan who often mentions you." In reality, the Grandmaster who had left the mortal world for more than 100 years would go to the lotus pond every time he came out of seclusion. He would often say that the lotus seeds tasted bitter and could nourish the heart. Indeed, indeed. Alliance sighed. So it's her. Song Gaoyuan hesitated for a moment and said softly, "Before I went on my journey, Patriarch Rongguan told me that if I saw Senior A Liang in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I should say something to Senior A Liang." Alliance remained silent. Song Gaoyuan said, "Grandmaster Rongguan wanted to tell Senior that at that time, she only thought it was ordinary." Alliance scratched his head and did not say anything. Song Gaoyuan did not dare to make things difficult for Senior Alliance. Besides, some things could not be reasoned with. Making things difficult would only make things more difficult. Along the way, they casually strolled towards the city. Along the way, they passed by two private residences of sword immortals. Alliance introduced to them that the foundation of one of the residences was a white jade tablet that had been refined by a sword immortal. The owner of the other residence liked to collect ancient inkstones from all over the world. However, the old owners of both residences were no longer around. One of the residences was completely empty with no one living in it. As for the other, there were 3 people cultivating in it. They were disciples taken in by a sword immortal. They were young and had received a strict order from their sword immortal master before his death. As long as the 3 direct disciples did not become sword immortals in the nascent soul realm, they were not allowed to take half a step out of the residence. Alliance looked at the wall of the private residence and sighed with emotion. Chen Pingan's thoughts were strange. The 3 golden core sword immortals in the residence were all men. Not only were they unable to leave the residence, it was said that they would wear women's clothing. It was a strange occurrence in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. They had once sent a letter to the Summer Refuge Palace via flying swords, hoping to go out and fight. However, when the reclusive official's lineage went through the files, they found that the deceased sword immortal had a written agreement with the Summer Refuge Palace. There was the old sword immortal's name and a small palm print. It was probably the handwriting of the previous reclusive official, Xiao Chuo. Chen Pingan could only give up and politely reject the request of the 3 golden core sword immortals. In the Great Wall of Sword Chi, when a sword immortal died in battle, the rules were the most important. As long as it was written on paper, it had to be obeyed. There was no room for discussion. On the other side of the wall, a head popped out. It was a young-looking sword immortal with a full beard. He began to curse at Alliance. Alliance began to curse back. He said, "I only told your master a story. If your master wants to follow it, it has nothing to do with me, Alliance." That young sword immortal said angrily, "Son of a B***tch, do you dare to come in and fight?" Alliance jumped up and spat in that direction. Chen Pingan reached out and rubbed his forehead. He couldn't bear to look. He suspected that the 2 old sword immortals, Cheng Quan and Zhao Chuo, had learned from Alliance when they quarreled. Then, the man noticed Guo Zhujiu, who was staring at him with her eyes wide open, and Song Gaoyuan, who seemed to have been immobilized. He quickly ran his fingers through his hair and muttered, "I've lost my composure, I shouldn't have lost my composure." After Chen Pingan asked, he finally solved the mystery of the Great Wall of Sword Aura. It turned out that the old sword immortal had a strange supernatural power that was best at finding the seeds of swordsmanship. In fact, half of the young geniuses in the Great Wall of Sword Aura were chosen by the old sword immortal at first glance. It was fine in the rich and powerful families like Taixiang Street and Yuhu Street, but in the streets and alleys like Lingxi Alley and Straw Hat Alley, once a sword immortal who had the potential to nurture a natal flying sword appeared, it was inevitable that some of them would be missed. In the world, not only sword immortals, in fact, all chi cultivators would naturally enter the path of cultivation as early as possible, the higher their future achievements would be. For example, Alliance had used the technique that the old sword immortal had imparted to him to find a good seedling. Many sword immortals who would become sword immortals in the future did not have obvious talent when they were young. Instead, they were extremely secretive and did not show their talents. Alliance once had a drink with the old sword immortal who was severely injured and did not have long to live. He casually chatted with the old sword immortal about the story of a scholarly family in the vast world. Their ancestor had repeatedly failed in the imperial examinations and was humiliated by his peers who passed the imperial examinations. He returned home angrily and taught them personally. He made all the men in the family wear women's clothes and studied hard. As long as they did not pass the imperial examinations, they could only wear women's clothes until the age of 40. In the beginning, they were treated as a joke in the imperial court. However, in the end, there really was a family of 6 scholars and 3 of them were awarded titles. Alliance smiled and said, "Do you think it's child's play?" It caused the 3 young geniuses to be laughed at for decades. The 3 of them felt that as long as they could go out and wield their swords, they would be willing to die on the battlefield to be free. Alliance continued, "The old sword immortal's line of swordsmanship has always been a way of killing the enemy and injuring oneself. Therefore, it was easy for one to not live long. It was fast to become a sword immortal, but it was also the fastest to die after becoming a sword immortal. When the old man was still alive, he could still protect some of his disciples. Once he passed away, not to mention 3 disciples, even if he took in 30, with such a way of fighting, it would be like the house in front. There would be no one left. After taking in disciples, he would treat them as his own children and worry about them. Every master and preacher would have to take some responsibility for their disciples' lives. Alliance took off the wine jug and drank a mouthful of wine. He smiled and said, "By the way, let me tell you an old story. In the early years, an old sword immortal came to the old man and asked if the technique could be made public so that more young geniuses could be found in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The old man did not agree and said that the technique would not be spread to outsiders. Even when Chen Qing personally left the city and begged him to speak, it was useless. In the end, he used a sentence to rebuke the old sword immortal who was out of fairness. Who the F***ck said that one must become a sword cultivator to be considered a good thing. Did you, Qi Tingji, make the rule? At this point, Alliance smiled. He was more happy than sad. I asked him in private if it was true. Even if the old sword immortal asked for it, it was still useless. The old man said that it was impossible. If the old sword immortal asked for it, there was no need to hide it. After the discussion, he would invite the old sword immortal for a drink and his life would be complete. When I asked what would happen if Dong Sangeng came, the old man said, "Then I would play dead." Alliance finally sighed and said, "In the vast world, there are sword immortals like that, but there are too few of them." Song Gaoyuan nodded and agreed. Alliance did not say much after that. Actually, in the past, Alliance did not like to talk about serious matters with his juniors. He was young and should not have too many worries. The matters of the Great Wall of Sword Chi should be left to the sword cultivators. However, the present was different from the past. In the future, there would be a brand new situation that had not been seen in 10,000 years. Almost every young person in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, even if they were children, was already related to it. All of them had to grow up quickly. The situation was turbulent. When worries came, age was not an issue. The group arrived at the Guo residence's entrance on Yuhu Street. Chen Pinggan asked Guo Zhujiu to go home. He then asked Song Gaoyuan, who had taken the initiative to bid farewell and return to the Summer Palace, to inform all the sword cultivators of the hidden official's lineage that they could walk around and relax for the next 2 days. Song Gaoyuan looked back at the backs of the 2. Senior Alliance was very famous in the Deer Horn Palace. When he was pursued by Patriarch Rongguan and her junior sister, the man did not fight back. He only said that he was good friends with the great sword immortal of the Fuyao continent, Xu Jian, and asked the immortal masters of the Deer Horn Palace to give Xu Jian some face. Xu Jian was an immortal master of the second largest sect in the Fuyao continent. He was also considered a rising star of the Fuyao continent. At a young age, he was already a nascent soul sword cultivator. However, the cultivators of the Deer Horn Palace always did things their own way. Even if Xu Jian had great prospects, he was still not a true sword immortal. Moreover, his seniority was not high. Furthermore, the palace lord of the Deer Horn Palace was one of the top 10 in the Fuyao continent. He was highly respected and had great mastery of the water arts. He doted on his junior sister, Rongguan. In the end, the man successfully escaped without leaving his name. However, he did recite a lot of poems. Afterwards, the Deer Horn Palace sent a flying sword message to Xu Jian's sect. Together with a portrait of the man, they questioned Xu Jian about the man's origins and whereabouts. Xu Jian was confused. He was a sword genius who had suffered an unexpected calamity. He quickly replied to the Deer Horn Palace, saying that he did not know the man in the portrait. In the end, an old patriarch of the sect that Xu Jian belonged to, who often played around in the mortal world, although he looked like a child, his cultivation had already returned to its original state. In fact, his cultivation was even higher than the Deer Horn Palace lords. After he learned of this matter, he personally flew to the Deer Horn Palace on his flying sword, saying that Xu Jian did not know him. He knew him. Brother Alliance and I were good friends who exchanged our lives. Outsiders only knew that when this old senior who had come from afar came down the mountain, He covered his red and swollen cheek with one hand, cursing and swearing. After he left the Deer Horn Palace, he shouted loudly, "Liang, you owe me a drink." After Guozhujiu and Song Gaoyuan left, Chen Pinggan and Alliance talked about their own stories. They talked about whatever came to mind. The first time they traveled the Great Wall of Sword Chi, they took the old Dragon City's ferry to Osmanthus Island. They passed by the Flood Dragon Ravine and almost died. It was eldest senior brother who saved them. He lost 3 rounds of Q-Ask Fist against Cao Ci, who was of the same age as him. He lost 3 rounds in a row without any strength to fight back. In the Tongyi continent, he mistakenly entered the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land and walked the solid Jianghu. He took Cao Qinglang and Pei Qian as his students and disciples. However, he did not know how to impart knowledge to Cao Qinglang. He was also worried that Pei Qian was too anxious to grow up. A few years ago, he opened a wine shop with Stack Zhong and sold the Bamboo Sea Paradise wine. The business was good. It was slower than being a banker, but it was a long-term business. No one believed that the wine was really related to the Azure Immortal Mountain. Therefore, Alliance, you have to speak a few words of conscience for the shop. You and the lady of the Azure Immortal Mountain are acquaintances, and we are friends. How could my wine have nothing to do with the Bamboo Sea Paradise? In the Catch and Release Pavilion on Inverted Hanging Mountain, the big demon that was caught and released by Daoist No. 2 was attached to a young sword cultivator by the name of Border. It was caught by the hidden officials and killed at sea. Today, Luopa Mountain not only has a bamboo house, but it has also been named according to the agreement. There is also an ancestral hall on G Peak. Alliance, you have to go and take a look in the future. The two of them walked through many streets and alleys. Alliance was familiar with every place. He listened to the stories of the young people. Alliance was mostly listening. Occasionally, he would ask questions that interested him. For example, which one was more beautiful, the female crown of Taiping Mountain, Huang Ting, or the Great Spring Dynasty's Yao Jinji? Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "They are both beautiful. But in my eyes, they are not as beautiful as Ning Yao." Alliance said, "Ning Yao is not here. You can talk to me like a man." Chen Pinggan looked around. However, after thinking for a while, he chuckled and said nothing. After the war stopped, business in the wine shops in the city was good. Along the way, they met Alliance and the young hidden official. Some sword cultivators who were familiar with them did not greet them. At most, they nodded. Those who knew Alliance might not be willing to interact with the young hidden official. Those who were regular customers of Chen Pinggan's wine shop might not dare to talk to Alliance. Although the two of them were foreigners and had many similarities, in the eyes of the local sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the bastard Alliance and the bastard second manager were not alike. Alliance did not go to the wine shop to drink. Instead, he brought Chen Pinggan to a wine shop on the street corner. It was crowded. Because the woman who was selling wine was beautiful. She was a woman whose life-bound flying sword had been destroyed long ago. When she saw Alliance, the woman was very friendly. She personally brought wine to the table and glared at the man, complaining that he had no conscience. Then, the woman and the young hidden official smiled sweetly and said, "Oh, isn't this our second manager? Are you tired of your own wine and want to change your taste? When you meet a beautiful woman, you will fall with one punch. You really can't do it." Chen Pinggan felt a headache coming on. He could only smile and not say anything. Alliance raised his wine bowl and clinked it with Chen Pinggan. Then, he sighed and said, "When I was young, I read some books and saw a famous saying in a book. Those with big ears bow their heads more often. However, I did not walk the pugilistic world, so I did not understand it deeply. Only after walking the pugilistic world will I know that those with big ears bow their heads. It is indeed a priceless advice." Chen Pinggan's expression was strange. Alliance stepped on the bench and said with a naughty smile, "What are you thinking about? Are you thinking about the wrong things?" Chen Pinggan asked, "Wei Pai said the rumors about you and the wife of Green Immortal Mountain. How much of it is true and how much is false?" Alliance said with a smile, "That little mountain god of Chess Dungeon Mountain knows nothing." Chen Pinggan said, "Outside the bamboo house, There was a time when I mentioned you. Lord Wei Dashan rarely revealed his true feelings and said many good things about you. Alliance immediately changed his words. As the Lord of Divine Water Country's Old Mountain, Brother Wei is quite something. His words are insightful. No wonder when we met back then, we felt like old friends at first sight. Alliance's so-called feeling like old friends at first sight was probably giving Wei Pai a blow. At this point, Alliance suddenly put down his wine bowl. The appearance of Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven is related to the many flood dragons of Jiu Shu. In addition, your neighbor from Mud Bottle Alley, have you thought about it? Chen Pinggan nodded and said, I have thought about it. Then you have thought about it, but you have not pulled on the thread of that hidden vein. Alliance glanced at Chen Pinggan. There was nothing he could do about it. There were some inside stories that the current Chen Pinggan could not think of even if he cracked his head. Alliance could not help but shake his head and asked a question. In your Luopa Mountain, are there any inconspicuous cultivators from other places? Other than demons and ghosts, their realms are definitely not high, especially those that you can be sure their realms are low. And this person should have a good relationship with Chen Lingjun that Lu Chen likes. Chen Pinggan went through the information in his mind and nodded. Yes. Alliance smiled and said, in that case, it is not a bad thing that you left Luopa Mountain and came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Chen Pinggan was puzzled and asked, can you tell me the reason? Alliance hesitated and said, it's not that I can't tell you. Besides, this is just a guess of mine. It's not accurate. I'm guessing that the person who killed the most flood dragons might have already placed himself in the vicinity of Luopa Mountain. Alliance drank a mouthful of wine and said, this person is very easy to talk to. As long as it does not involve the flood dragons, any chi cultivator of the lower 5 realms would not retaliate even if they killed him. At most, he would change his identity and continue to roam the world. But as long as it involves the last true dragon, he would become a strange person who is difficult to talk to. Even if he had the slightest karma, he would kill all of them. 3,000 years ago, the flood dragons were still the masters of water fate in the world and were protected by merit. Unfortunately, under his sword, everything was in vain. The Confucian temple tried to persuade him, but there was no room for negotiation. Lu Chen could be saved, but there was no way to save him. In the end, what else could he do? It was not easy to come up with a compromise. The sages of the 3 sects and 1 family could only clean up his mess. Alliance smiled and said, of course, there is no such thing as an invincible person in the world. It's better if you don't know more about the inside story now. I still say the same thing, you can't take care of everything. Chen Pinggan nodded. Firstly, it was something that could not be predicted even if he tried his best. Secondly, the worst outcome did not happen. Moreover, he was destined to not be able to return to the Aquarius continent. There was no point in thinking too much. Then, Alliance seemed to be bragging again. He gave himself a thumbs up and said, besides, if there is a conflict in the future, just mention my name, Alliance. The higher the opponent's realm, the more useful it is. Generally speaking, those who were addressed as brothers by Alliance, such as the swordsman Xu Jian of the Fuyao continent, were people who had been cheated badly by Alliance. In fact, they were people that he did not like. After that incident, Xu Jian went down the mountain a few times to travel. As long as he met the female cultivators of the Deer Horn Palace, none of them liked him. The female chi cultivators of the Deer Horn Palace had a wide range of friends. Therefore, half of the female cultivators of the sects in the Fuyao continent did not like Xu Jian. Using the words of Xu Jian, that ancestor who rejoiced in other people's misfortune, those who had been splashed with a bucket of feces and urine by Alliance, even if they were cleaned up, they were still people who had been splashed with feces and urine. But if they said their names and dared to say that they were friends with Alliance, then in almost all the sects in the vast world, they might not be welcomed, but they would definitely be able to withstand many disasters and accidents. Alliance clicked his tongue and said, you and Ninglas are becoming more and more like husband and wife. Chen Pinggan raised his wine bowl and suddenly turned his head and asked, Lady Boss, are there any free dishes to accompany the wine? This was very unlike Ninglas. Regarding Chen Pinggan and Ning Yaro, Alliance had long felt that the two of them were very compatible. At that time, One was still the Ning Yarrow of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the other was still a young man in straw sandals who had just entered the Jianghu. A lady who was not willing to think about anything, meeting a young man who was willing to think about everything. Was there anything more suitable than this? Not all men would realize that the person next to them, the person they loved, was only one in a million years. This person was destined to be in this marriage. The woman smiled and said, "Our small business can't compare to the prosperous business of the second shopkeeper's wine shop. Besides, the second shopkeeper is the banker, sells wine, and picks up magic treasures all over the place. Would he be short of money?" Chen Pinggan could only laugh it off. Alliance looked at Chen Pinggan opposite him and said slowly, "When a person can only do 2 or 3 things, he can't speak half a catty of truth. Even if he has read books and can speak, if others don't listen, isn't it the same as not speaking at all? Isn't this the truth?" Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "When we need to speak reason, it is often when reason is no longer of any use. The latter secretly comes first, while the former openly comes later. That's why we are helpless in the affairs of the world." Alliance smiled and said, "Is it very boring?" Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "It is. Interesting. The more it is like this, the better we should live and try to make the world more stable." Then, Chen Pinggan took a big gulp of wine. He was calm and his eyes were bright. It's like a person. As long as he can drink enough, he can drink all the bad things in his bowl. He doesn't have to talk drunkenly with others. A Liang laughed heartily, extremely happy. Because he saw the shadow of another person in Chen Pinggan. The young man in front of him, whom he had placed his hopes on, had already helped him walk a long way. Chen Pinggan suddenly said, "Although I've never been to the wildlands, I know that most of the demon folk who died to my fists and swords on the battlefield were weaklings outside of the battlefield. In fact, they were weaklings who had no choice but to fight." Alliance smiled. He knew what this kid wanted to say. Chen Pinggan seemed to be talking about himself, but he was actually comforting Alliance. Chen Pinggan continued, "Once the Great Wall of Sword Chi is broken, the true weaklings of the wilderness will also become powerhouses who have no choice." Alliance did not appreciate it. He smiled and asked, "Then do they deserve to die?" He was actually the sword cultivator who understood the customs of the wilderness the most. At the very least, he was one of the sword cultivators. Alliance even had a friend like Liu Cha outside the battlefield. Besides Liu Cha, Alliance knew many cultivators of the wilderness. They were no different from humans. Chen Pinggan had already finished 2 bowls of wine. He poured a third. The wine bowls in this tavern were bigger than those in his shop. If he had known, he would have bought wine by the bowl. Chen Pinggan finished the 3rd bowl in 1 gulp. He shook his head and said, "I'm just not strong enough. Otherwise, if anyone dares to approach the Great Wall of Sword Chi, I'll kill all the demons on the battlefield with a single punch or slash them with my sword. Screw the sovereign demons. If I have the chance to return to the vast realm in the future, I'll meet all those who are lucky enough to stay out of this and pity the wilderness." After burping, Chen Pinggan started pouring more wine. Alliance was the one who had urged him to drink. As for what would happen if he met one, he did not say anything. Alliance did not stop him. Alliance only smiled and said, "Chen Pinggan, what can you do if you meet those people? They have their own reasons. Anyway, no one forced the Great Wall of Sword Chi to sacrifice so many people." Chen Pinggan stopped drinking. He folded his hands in his sleeves and leaned against the table. "Alliance, tell me, what will you do? I want to learn." Learning from others had always been Chen Pinggan's specialty. When it came to accounting, he had learned it from Zhong Kuei at the small inn in Hua Town at the border of the Great Spring Dynasty. When it came to being a bag dealer and secretly picking up junk, Chen Pinggan's horizons were broadened when he learned it from Sun Daozhong, who was traveling with him in the North Continent. A long time ago, Lin Shuyi had unintentionally said that while they were away from home, they could take care of things, but they didn't need to care too much. The more Chen Pinggan learned, the more he empathized with Sun Daozhong, and the more he found it interesting. Even earlier, Chen Pinggan's skill was regarded by many experts as too much craftsmanship but not enough spiritual energy. In fact, he had learned it from Lu Chen's 3-page prescription. Back then, Lu Chen had mentioned 3 things, but only 2 of them were to try his luck by picking up snake gall stones. Chen Pinggan had asked him about it, but Lu Chen did not expose him. It turned out that learning how to read was the last thing. Alliance smiled and answered, I don't care at all. Chen Pinggan was speechless. He thought of the voices of the people around him at the Flood Dragon Gully, and of the escort city after the heavenly tribulation. Chen Pinggan reached out his sleeve and took a sip of wine. He held the bowl with one hand and scratched his head with the other. It's a little hard to learn. Alliance smiled and said, there's no need to learn. After cultivating in the mountains, the sky was not far away. For cultivators, the closer they were to the peak, the less patience they had for the human world. There were exceptions, but unfortunately, there were not many. Alliance was also worried that Chen Pinggan would become such an immortal on the mountain. Just like Chen Pinggan learning how to read, Alliance was not unaware of Lu Chen's profound intentions in giving him the prescription. He only wondered why Chen Pinggan's talisman drawing was so smooth. It was as if there was no threshold at all, and he could cross it in one step. One must know that the path of a talisman, regardless of whether one was a Qi refinement warrior of the Daoist lineage, was viewed as a natural barrier. It was the same as a swordsman. However, Alliance could not speak about such matters. Chen Pinggan had to figure it out himself. Did one think that everything in the world was easy just because one's swordsmanship was high? There was no such thing. Alliance was no exception. For this meal, the 2 of them drank slower and slower. Alliance was not in a hurry. He had a good alcohol tolerance, and Chen Pinggan wanted to drink more too. After all, the lady who was serving wine was an old friend of Alliance. She asked someone to bring a tray of food and wine from the restaurant, and she smiled at the second manager and said that she would not take the money. Just like that, the 2 of them drank until the sky turned dark. The night was dark, and the customers around them were getting fewer and fewer. During this time, some swordsman cultivators came to greet them, and they did not reject them. They just sat down and drank, and remembered to settle the bill. Therefore, until now, the 2 of them only needed to settle the bill for a pot of wine on the table. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, no one would drink with the abilities of a swordsman. Alliance's face was already flushed red. He pointed to one of the moons in the sky and smiled at the lady. Sister Xie, I've been there before. Do you believe me? When one was outside and met someone younger than oneself, one could address them as sister or miss. If one met a woman older than oneself, it did not matter if she was a few years older or a few hundred years older. It was a good habit. The lady leaned over the counter and glanced at the bright moon. She said bluntly, "Is there a female?" Ah Liang waved his hand and said, "You're just a little girl. Why are you so witty?" The lady said in a bad mood, "We're about to close. Finish this pot of wine and get out of here." A Liang and Chen Pinggan finished the last jug of wine and then stood up to leave. Chen Pinggan took out some money to pay the bill. His companion was a woman from his enemy's family. She smiled and waved her hand. "Chen Pinggan, consider it my treat." Chen Pinggan did not ask for the reason. He put away the snow and money, and thanked her. The 2 of them walked on the lonely street in the middle of the night. Their steps were a little shaky, and the smell of alcohol did not dissipate. Near Ning Mansion, Alliance said, "Chen Pinggan, we are not in paper white blessed land, and the people around us are not people of the book. Remembering it now is not a skill, but you must remember it in the future." Chen Pinggan grunted. Alliance suddenly made a solemn vow. "I won't tell Ning girl that we didn't pay for the wine. You said that Huang Ting and Yao Jinji are very good looking, so I won't tell her." Chen Pinggan held the back of his head with both hands. "I'll be scared if you say it." "Are you kidding me, Alliance?" "I'm not bragging." At the gate of Ning Mansion, a figure appeared. The young hidden official immediately took a deep breath, dispelling the drunkenness. In an instant, he shook off the smell of alcohol on his body and ran over. He put a hand behind his back, indicating for the man behind him to cool off. He ran up the steps and saw her. He stood still and said, "I'm sorry, I came back late. I didn't drink too much wine. Alliance kept persuading me, but I said it was useless because I was injured, and I won't do it again." Alliance stood where he was, listening attentively to the words on the other side. Then, he was dumbfounded. The second shopkeeper's reputation was not undeserved. The student had surpassed the master. Ning Yarrow turned her head to look at Alliance. He was being disliked. Alliance resentfully turned and left, muttering, "To be able to drink in Miss Xie's wine shop at the Great Wall of Sword Qi for free, this is unprecedented. Even I can't do it." At the gate, Ning Yarrow did not speak. Chen Pinggan felt a little guilty. Ning Yarrow completely ignored Alliance's complaint and only looked at Chen Pinggan. Why did he seem to be taller? She tiptoed and was at the same level as his eyes. Chen Pinggan tilted his head and smiled, saying, "Quickly tell me who you are. If you continue to be so cute, I won't like Ning Yarrow anymore. I'll like you instead." Ning Yarrow still did not speak. When Chen Pinggan finally understood, Ning Yarrow had already turned and left. On the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Wei Jin was forced to use the Mountain View Divine Art. The scroll was at the gate of Ning Mansion. Alliance beat his chest and stomped his feet. "Silly boy." The eldest sword immortal had his hands behind his back and bent down to look at the scroll. He nodded and said, "Yes, he's silly." Wei Jin, who was originally unwilling, smiled and agreed, "The second shopkeeper doesn't understand romance. He's really a killjoy." Alliance coughed and gently pushed Wei Jin's hand away. "Wei Jin, you're a sword immortal. How could you do such a thing? You don't have any morals in the pugilistic world. Does your conscience hurt?" The eldest sword immortal turned and left. "Yes, I shouldn't." Only a sword immortal from the Wind Snow Temple who was practicing swordsmanship was left behind. Alliance sat cross-legged on the city wall near the eldest sword immortal's cottage. "Can you change to someone else, like me?" Chen Qingdou shook his head and said, "No." Alliance said angrily, "Isn't my realm higher?" Chen Qingdou said, "At our level, realm is useless. It's fine if you didn't understand before, but now you still don't understand." Alliance was silent. The eldest sword immortal's words were crude but reasonable. The two were silent for a long time. Chen Qingdou sat beside Alliance. Alliance was a little surprised. The eldest sword immortal rarely did such a thing. Chen Qingdou said softly, "I'm a little tired." However, the elder smiled and said, "Sword cultivator Chen Qingdou, I'm lucky to have met sword cultivators like you." Alliance laughed and said, "Say such words loudly at the top of your lungs." Chen Qingdou glanced sideways. Alliance immediately acted shamelessly. "Can't I say drunken things after drinking?" Chen Qingdou said softly, "I wonder what it will be like 10,000 years later." Alliance said, "It's always disappointing and hopeful." Chen Qingdou nodded. "It's comforting." 666. The moon was bright and there was no need to knock on the door. He went to Yuhu Street and Yang Mo Alley. The sun chased away evil spirits, especially in winter. He wore it at Yang Mo Alley and Yuhu Street. Chen Pinggan sat alone in the pavilion of Dragon Slaying Cliff for a night. He did not have the guts to knock on Ning Yarrow's door at night. To hell with drinking wine to strengthen one's courage. It was useless. When the sun was high in the sky, Chen Pinggan left the city on his sword and went to the Summer Palace. Chou Miao and Dong Bude, the local sword cultivators, were not there except for Pang Yuanji. Deng Liang and the other foreign sword cultivators, except for Lin Junbai, had gone to visit the sword immortal seniors in their hometowns or to catch up with their friends. In the end, only Lin Junbai and Pang Yuanji were left playing chess. Chen Pinggan watched silently. Lin Junbai's chess skills were better than Pang Yuanji's. There was no doubt about the outcome. Chen Pinggan watched for a while and went to the archives. Lin Junbai came and said that the great sword immortal Mi who wanted to see the hidden official. However, the great sword immortal did not enter the door. Chen Pinggan let Lin Junbai continue playing chess. He went to the door and saw Mi Hu. He was the elder brother of the hidden official, Mi Yu. He was the newest and the youngest immortal on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Chen Pinggan clasped his fist and smiled. What a rare guest. Mi Hu did not exchange pleasantries. He said, "Let's talk while we walk." The two walked side by side. Mi, who went straight to the point and said, "Chen Pingan, I came to see you today because I have a favor to ask. It's both official and private." Chen Pingan smiled. "Just say it." Mi, who said, "I hope that after the war is over, my brother, who is now at inverted hanging mountain, can go anywhere he wants. For example, your Howren world." Chen Pingan said, "That should be enough. However, Miu is a jade unpolished realm sword immortal after all. According to the unwritten rules, the departure of every sword immortal requires the approval of the eldest sword immortal. Only then can we, the hidden official's lineage, confirm it. Only then can this matter be considered a done deal. When the time comes, no one will be able to gossip." Mi, who said, "Boss," the sword immortal nodded. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Since sword immortal boss has agreed, great sword immortal Mi doesn't need to discuss with me. Miu has no worries. In this vast world, an exceptionally precious sword immortal can go anywhere. As long as he is willing, he can be a distinguished guest in the immortal ancestral hall on the mountain or the golden imperial palace of the dynasty below the mountain." Mi, who said, "If there's no one to take care of my little brother, I'm still worried. The cultivation on the mountains of Howren world can't be compared to the sword cultivation on the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Although I haven't been there personally, I know clearly what it's like. It's full of scheming and scheming. It's a den of liars. Miu's ability to deal with women is all right. However, once he starts a *T battle with a cultivator, my brother's pure mind will suffer a great loss." Chen Pingan knew what this immortal meant. He wanted him, a foreigner from Howren world, to be more careful. However, there were some things, such as the agreement with the eldest sword immortal and his future situation. Chen Pingan couldn't reveal the heavenly secrets in advance. Therefore, he could only prepare his words first. As for whether or not Mi who was insinuating anything in his words, Lord Chen Pingan was magnanimous and treated it as wind blowing past his ears. Mi who said, "As long as you are willing to nod your head, I will reward you greatly. When it comes to business, I believe in you." It was misunderstood. Chen Pingan didn't explain anything. Forget about the reward. Miu has accumulated a lot of battle merits in the past 2 years in Howren world. You don't have to pay anything extra. It's just that for this kind of thing, apart from our private agreement, Miu's own thoughts are the key. Mi, who frowned and said, "Just based on your relationship with the Great Wall of Sword Chi, even if my brother refuses to leave, you can find a few sword immortals to knock him out and bring him to Howren world." Chen Pingan asked, "What if Miu can't resolve the knot in his heart when he reaches Howren world? The cultivation path will be very troublesome. There won't be many accidents if he cultivates there with the identity of a sword immortal from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. However, as long as there is, it will be very big." Mi, who said firmly, "Being alive is more important than the heavens. Every day that he could live was a day that counted. Besides, don't underestimate my brother's Dao heart. It's not as weak as you think." Chen Pingan nodded and said, "That's true." Chen Pingan said, "Then let Miu go to the North Continent, Taihui Sword Sect, or Li Cai Sword Immortals Floating Duckweed Sword Lake. Both places need a sword immortal as a consecrator, and Miu doesn't have to fight. As for where he goes in the future, let Miu choose for himself." Miu was puzzled. "Why not go to your mountain?" Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "I have a lot of old debts. Even if Miu leaves inverted hanging mountain and goes to Luorpa mountain, he won't have many days of peace. There's no need." But Miu said, "Then let Miu go to your Luorpa mountain to be a consecrator, and worship like a genealogical record." Chen Pingan said helplessly, "Great sword immortal Miu, you are a straightforward person. Then let me be frank with you. If it's just a business deal, only an idiot would reject a sword immortal as a consecrator. I see your brother as a friend, so I won't let him go to Aquarius continent. In the North Continent, where Great Wall of Sword Chi has the most connections, Miu's identity is the best protection. The other 8 continents don't have such benefits." Miu said, "You're nagging like a woman. Miu will go to Aquarius continent's Luorpa mountain. Cut the crap. You and I have a deal. I'm trying to reason with you. great sword immortal am I who, but you still want to scold me. Chen Pinggan was about to say a few words of fairness, but he did not expect am I who, the great sword immortal, to say softly with a gloomy expression, that brother of mine always felt that he was the one who embarrassed me. But did he ever think that if it wasn't for his good talent in swordsmanship, and the only thing he was good at was swordsmanship, then he would have become a jade unpolished realm sword immortal? How would he be embarrassed? How would he be laughed at by the entire Great Wall of Sword Chi? So who is the one who owes who, can't you understand? Am I who, only hate that my swordsmanship isn't high enough. Even when I reached the immortal realm, I still have to go through a lot. I can't make people laugh at me. Chen Pinggan took off the blade strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. He said softly, it's better to say these words to Miu face to face. Miu shook his head and said, forget it. Keep it in your heart. If you really meet him, you won't be able to say it. With that said, Chen Pinggan did not try to persuade him any further. Miu suddenly started scolding, a bunch of drunkards and bachelors who don't even know what a woman tastes like. How dare they laugh at my brother? All of them look like they've been run over by a car. How can they compare to my brother? This bunch of bachelors can't take their eyes off a woman's big breasts and big buttocks. Chen Pinggan turned to look at Miu. You, Miu, have the nerve to talk about others. Miu was a great sword immortal after all. He immediately understood the meaning of the young hidden official's gaze. He changed his words and said, some people are better than bachelors. Before I came, I heard that someone drank with Alliance at Miss Xie's tavern without spending any money. I also heard that after Miss Xie's business opened today, she smiled and looked radiant. She seemed to have changed into a different person. Chen Pinggan responded with a smile and pretended not to understand. He silently took out a small account book and recorded this debt on Great Sword Immortal Mi's younger brother, Miu. He had to King send a letter back to Luorpa Mountain and make Miu suffer in Luorpa Mountain for an entire year. If he did not earn enough money for Guyu, he would be detained on the mountain. The two of them walked near a sword immortal's private residence. It was called Immortal Garden Tavern. It was the residence with an unusual foundation. The previous owner, a sword immortal, had refined a bright moon flying immortal poetry token. However, the private residence had been abandoned for many years. Most of the sword immortal's residences that were not in the city were like this. If the sword immortal died, and his direct disciples also died in battle, the residence would become ownerless. It would be taken back by the hidden official's lineage according to the rules, rented or given to the new sword immortal. For example, the Grand Hui sword sect's private armory had been exchanged for through battle merits. When the female sword immortal she had found the Great Wall of Sword Chi, she had first rented the private mansion left behind by the sword immortal, the 10,000 Ravine residence. In the end, she had coveted the cloud pavilion that was carved from a piece of immortal jade and was willing to buy it at an astronomical price. However, the Summer Palace did not agree at first. After all, it was against the rules. Li Cai was so angry that she directly sent a flying sword message to the young hidden official and scolded Chen Pinggan. Later on, when the war was urgent and the immortal's money was in urgent need, Chen Pinggan asked Dong Bude to inform the Frozen Cloud Tavern. As long as the price was doubled, he could buy the entire Frozen Cloud Tavern. Later on, when the ferry from Osmanthus Island arrived at the inverted hanging mountain, there were boxes of snow shipped by the Jiang family of the Jade Gui sect. Miu stopped because someone was flying on a sword in the distance. It looked like he was looking for the young hidden official beside him. It was the Central Earth Sword Immortal with a bitter face, Ku Xia. Miu then said telepathically, Chen Pinggan, I'll have to trouble you with the matter entrusted to me today. Chen Pinggan replied, I'll do my best. After receiving the promise, Miu glanced at the sword immortal, Ku Xia, and threw a blade strengthening gourd to Chen Pinggan. He said, refined using ancient methods, the quality is not bad. Then he flew up on his sword and left for the city. Chen Pinggan took the blade strengthening gourd that had a cold texture and temporarily kept it. He would pass it to Miu in the future. Ku Xia came to Chen Pinggan's side with a difficult expression, which made him look even more bitter. Chen Pinggan hung the two-blade strengthening gourds by his waist. Good things came in pairs. He asked the sword immortal from the Shao Yuan dynasty with a smile, "You want Lin Junbai to leave?" Ku Xia nodded and said, "I know it's not the right time. Therefore, in less than half a month, a cross-continent ferry from the Central Plains will send a message to the Summer Refuge Palace. It's a token of appreciation from our Shao Yuan dynasty." Chen Pinggan felt a little helpless. Sword immortal Ku Xia was truly an honest person. To be honest, if Lin Junbai had not chosen to stay with the hidden official lineage, he would have left the Great Wall of Sword Qi long ago. Any sword cultivator in the Summer Refuge Palace felt that Lin Junbai's departure was only natural. However, Ku Xia's words made it seem like Lin Junbai's departure would make him an ungrateful person. As a result, the imperial tutor of the Shao Yuan dynasty, Lin Junbai's preacher, had to pay a fortune to avoid disaster. He had to use the Great Wall of Sword Qi to exchange for Lin Junbai's return. However, Chen Pinggan felt at ease earning the immortal money from the Shao Yuan dynasty. The more, the better. Therefore, Chen Pinggan did not bully the honest person. He directly said that he would go to the Summer Refuge Palace and summon Lin Junbai to meet sword immortal Ku Xia. However, Ku Xia did not move. He looked at the door of the immortal mansion and asked, "Hidden official, do you know the origin of this mansion's name?" Chen Pinggan said, "I'm not too sure." Actually, Chen Pinggan had been the hidden official for many years. He liked to flip through the many dusty secret files in the Summer Refuge Palace as a way to relieve his boredom. The previous owner who changed the name of the mansion to the Immortal Mansion was a woman. She was also a native sword immortal from the Great Wall of Sword Qi who had some scholarly habits. Like Guo Jiu, she liked to plant immortal flowers. She had once asked Inverted Hanging Mountain to buy an elm tree from the Fuyao continent and transplanted it to the small courtyard. It suddenly bloomed and reached the roof ridge. This made the sword immortal happy, so she changed the name of the mansion. However, after the sword immortal died, there was no disciple. The mansion was not taken care of for many years. There was also a layer of immortal restriction on the immortal mansion, so outsiders could not trespass. Therefore, no one knew whether the interior of the mansion was withered or flourishing, whether the flowers were blooming or withering. Ku Xia said, "My good friend and I traveled the Great Wall of Sword Qi for the first time. My good friend admired a disciple of this sword immortal. However, the rules could not be changed. The two of them could not become immortal Daoist companions." Chen Pinggan said, "If your friend stayed, wouldn't they become a couple?" Ku Xia's expression was even more bitter. He sighed and said, "How many of us sword cultivators in the world can be carefree mountain cultivators? Even if they were in the beginning, like Deng Liang from the snowy mountain continent, they would still be taken in by the ancestral hall of the big sects. Moreover, my good friend was an immortal teacher who had high hopes placed on him since he was young. How could he give up so easily? In the sect, there were also elders that my good friend respected." Chen Pinggan said, "It's difficult to have both." Ku Xia turned his head and said, "Therefore, my good friend and I admire the hidden official very much." Chen Pinggan laughed and said, "Ku Xia sword immortal, since you can't lie, then don't lie." He did not have any good friends, nor was he a disciple of a sword immortal. It was clearly Ku Xia herself, the female sword immortal. Sword immortal Ku Xia said helplessly, "On the previous trip to the South Whirlpool continent, everyone tried to persuade me. Yu Zhuanfu, Jin Zhunmeng, Zhu Mai, and the other juniors tried to persuade me. It was as if I had done something amazing. I really felt guilty and could not deserve their admiration." Chen Pinggan said, "If Ku Xia sword immortal said it out loud, do you believe that Yu Zhuanfu and Zhu Mai would only respect you more?" Ku Xia sword immortal was at a loss at first, then he understood and finally felt relieved. "It's better that you don't say it out loud. As a senior, it's not appropriate to talk about such matters with the juniors." Chen Pinggan asked a question. The owner of planting Elm Immortal died in battle in order to accumulate battle merits. "Don't you hate Boss Sword Immortal and this Great Wall of Sword Qi?" Ku Xia Sword Immortal shook his head and said, "Without the Great Wall of Sword Qi, would I have met her?" This was Ku Xia Sword Immortal's heartfelt words. If he did not hate the Great Wall of Sword Chi, what did he hate? The person he hated was his own cowardice. Chen Pinggan nodded. First, there was Lin Junbai, then there was Ku Xia Sword Immortal. Chen Pinggan's impression of Xiao Yuanchao improved a little. Alliance had solved a mystery yesterday, and today, Ku Xia Sword Immortal had solved another mystery. Ku Xia Sword Immortal suddenly asked, "Hidden official, didn't you say that you were not familiar with this place?" Chen Pinggan said solemnly, "I said I'm not sure earlier. As the hidden official, I have some understanding of the planting Elm Immortal in right under the eyes of the Summer Palace." Ku Xia Sword Immortal was helpless. If he had interacted with the scholars of the secondary sage lineage, it would definitely not have been like this. Bringing Ku Xia Sword Immortal back to the Summer Palace, Chen Pinggan shouted. The white-clothed youth, Lin Junbai, walked out of the door, full of immortal aura. Seeing Ku Xia Sword Immortal, Lin Junbai immediately knew the purpose of his visit. He cupped his fists towards Chen Pinggan without saying anything. At this time, leaving the Summer Palace and the Great Wall of Sword Chi, removing the burden of being the hidden official's sword cultivator lineage, there would eventually be a trace of suspicion of desertion. For example, Deng Liang and Cao Gun would have this psychological burden. However, Lin Junbai would definitely not have such thoughts. Chen Pinggan patted Lin Junbai's shoulder. It's not easy to part on good terms. Take care. Lin Junbai straightened his back and cupped his fists. In these years by your side, I have learned a lot and benefited a lot. Junbai engraved it in my heart. A gentleman upholds the fundamentals, and the fundamentals give birth to the Tao. Chen Pinggan laughed, save the pleasantries and do more practical things. As for the promise from earlier, I will definitely help you fulfill it. Lin Junbai immediately understood and said with a sincere face, Your Excellency is proficient in chess. The chessboard and the box are left in the Summer Palace. Chen Pinggan patted Lin Junbai's shoulder heavily and smiled. It seems that Junbai has learned some real skills. Ku Xia Sword Immortal felt relieved. He had previously been worried that the hidden official would deliberately make things difficult for Lin Junbai because of the relationship between the imperial tutor of the Xiao Yuan dynasty and the group of young sword cultivators. It seemed that he had been too careful to measure the heart of a gentleman. Ku Xia Sword Immortal took out a secret letter and handed it to Lin Junbai. He said to the youth, Junbai, if nothing unexpected happens, you should leave tomorrow. You can take a returning cross-continent ferry from the South Soro continent. Your husband just sent a flying sword message to the Hanging Mountain Spring Banner House not long ago and asked me to pass this letter to you. Lin Junbai would definitely stay in the Summer Palace today. Otherwise, Sword Immortal's son Juyuan's residence in the city would have no acquaintances. Furthermore, Sword Immortal's son had a very bad impression of the young sword cultivators of the Xiao Yuan dynasty. Later on, there was the matter at the border. Lin Junbai would not go and ask for a snub. Furthermore, Lin Junbai had a good relationship with all the sword cultivators of the hidden official's lineage. This was especially so with the cheerful Cao Gun and Xian Kengguizhujiu had been encouraging the three of them to burn yellow paper. The young lady said that she had already prepared everything. Everything was ready. All that was left was for the three of them to kowtow. Ku Xia Sword Immortal bade farewell and left. Before he left, he reminded Lin Junbai to be careful on the return journey. Ku Xia Sword Immortal did not return to the city directly. Instead, he strolled to the Immortal Garden. The old man with a bitter expression looked in the direction of the residence. After a daze, he smiled. Lin Junbai returned to the Summer Palace and continued the unfinished game with Pang Yuanji, whose victory had already been decided. Pang Yuanji smiled and said, Is this our last game? Lin Junbai asked, Then I'll let you win this time? Pang Yuanji said, There's no need to let the hidden official play for you. Chen Pinggan watched the game from the side with his hands in his sleeves. He said unhappily, I've never lost a game against anyone in a serious game. Pang Yuanji asked, How many games have you played? Chen Pinggan glanced at him, Why do you care? Pang Yuanji gently placed the chess piece in his hand back into the box, the rest. Lin Junbai's eyes lit up, All right. Chen Pinggan also heaved a sigh of relief. He took off the blade-strengthening gourd that Mi who gave him and examined it carefully. For now, he was still its owner. At the bottom of the blade-strengthening gourd, the words Haoliang were engraved. The material of the blade-strengthening gourd was unknown. He did not know what a great sword immortal meant by all right. Pang Yuanji turned his head and said, if I remember correctly, Mi who picked it up from the corpse of a nascent soul demon on the battlefield years ago. After Mi who got it, he never asked anyone to inspect it. It's hard to say what its quality is. Chen Pinggan stared at the blade-strengthening gourd in his hand. He was just short of sticking his face to it. He said casually, I don't dare to say how good it is. But I can tell whether it's good or not. You won't understand. This is a subject that depends on talent. Pang Yuanji did not want to continue the conversation and changed the topic. How did you survive the encirclement of 5 people? Even sword immortal Cho Miao said he might not be able to escape. Bamboo gourd, Liz Hen, 4th reign. Shoal, Liu Bai. The encirclement of 5 top geniuses and the foreshadowing of a sovereign great demon. Therefore, Pang Yuanji was not the only one curious about the Great Wall of Sword Qi. There were many things about the young hidden official. If one only had a rough idea, even if they had seen it with their own eyes, it was equivalent to not knowing anything. For example, everyone guessed that Chen Pinggan's intrinsic flying sword should be able to isolate a mini-world. But even a mini-world had different grades and abilities. Chen Pinggan kept the blade-strengthening gourd and hung it on his waist. After Lin Junbai kept the chess piece, Chen Pinggan kept it close to him. Chen Pinggan did not explain the exact process. He only told Pang Yuanji and Lin Junbai about the 5's flying swords and methods. If they needed to fight side by side and leave the city to kill, Chen Pinggan did not mind telling them the inside story. But since they did not need to, there was no point in saying more. After all, being honest with others was not the same as being completely honest with them all the time. Once one took it out, the other party might not be able to catch it properly. It would hurt both him and the other party. Lin Junbai asked, if that's the case, Liu Bai's intrinsic flying sword is still the most dangerous. Chen Pinggan nodded and said, if we meet her in the future, we have to be very careful. Once she reaches the upper 5 realms, her intrinsic flying sword will be the most dangerous. It will be very troublesome. If that encirclement was purely a competition of strength, several Chen Pinggan would have died there. At this point, Chen Pinggan smiled and said, but we are not fated to meet her for the time being. Therefore, I did not earn much from that deal, but I did not lose much either. Lin Junbai sighed and said, this is the first time I've heard of such a strange flying sword. In the past, I only knew that some sword immortals' intrinsic flying swords were extremely small. It was not as exaggerated as Liu Bai's flying sword. Chen Pinggan said, there are all kinds of strange things in this world. Chen Pinggan went straight from the Summer Palace to the Winter Palace. In the end, he did not see Grandma Bai, who was teaching him martial arts. Instead, he saw an unexpected but reasonable uninvited guest. It turned out that Guozhujiu, who was carrying a bamboo chest, did not stay at home. Instead, she ran to the Winter Palace early in the morning. At this moment, she was on the training field, talking about the thrilling encirclement with those martial arts embryos who had formed a circle. Guozhujiu had not seen that battle. Chen Pinggan had been recuperating in the Ning residence all this time and had not said a single word to her. Therefore, she was completely talking nonsense and was purely making things up. However, Chen Pinggan did not stop her. He sat on the railing of the corridor far away, allowing this disciple to be the storyteller. Not to mention the martial arts, just the matter of storytelling was something that Guozhujiu had received a true inheritance. Guozhujiu stood on one leg, her face solemn and respectful. The situation was dangerous. 5 sword immortals with bloodshot eyes. The 5 intrinsic flying swords, which were at least twice as tall as Yuan Juhua, came together. Were you afraid? Not to mention you, even I was afraid. Think about it. Li Zhen is the last disciple of the moon-supporting mountain. Zhu Gong is the first disciple of Liu Cha. As for Liu Bai, he is the direct disciple of Tongtian Old Fox Ju Mi. How big is their backing? How big is their background? Besides, you see hey? Since Tan can stay in the Joshan tent, he must not be simple. Otherwise, how could he be among the 100 sword immortals in the Savage Land at such a young age? But it's okay. It's just a small matter. My master was not flustered in the face of danger. Just like that, his momentum was very scary. You can be considered as people who learn martial arts. You should know that each of the martial arts grandmaster's moves is very particular. Chen Pinggan really could not listen to it. What's more, his disciple's posture was really not the slightest bit of the demeanor of a master. He quickly got up and rushed to the training field. He coughed to remind this troublesome disciple that it was time to call it a day. Guozhujiu turned her head and saw her master. She was worried that her master was too noble and would not let her say a few words of justice. She was a little anxious and did not change her posture. She spilled the beans and quickly said a few hundred words about the subsequent progress of the battle. Chen Pinggan walked to Guozhujiu's side and stretched out his hand to press her head. Guozhujiu made a posture of qi sinking into her dantian. Don't say. Anyway, I can only say 1/10,000th of master's elegance. It's a pity. The child called Jiang Yun crossed his arms in front of his chest. Chen Pinggan, Sister Gua said that you killed that female sword cultivator called Liu Bai with one punch. Is it true? What's wrong with you? The other party had 5 sword cultivators, 4 of them were male. You didn't kill them with one punch. In the end, you purposely chose a female. Are you picking a soft persimmon to pinch? Speaking until here, Jiang Yun laughed and raised his eyebrows again and again. Picking a soft persimmon? Where did that punch hit? I heard that the battlefield at that time was very strange. It was as if there was a blanket over it. Outsiders could not see who was lying under the blanket. Guozhujiu shook her head and looked at him with pity in her eyes. Jiang Yun, we've formed a grudge. The fearless Jiang Yun was a little anxious for the first time. Sister Gua, don't. We're sworn siblings. Don't hurt our friendship because of an outsider. Even if we hurt our friendship, don't go outside my window to play gongs and drums in the future. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, all right, let's start practicing. Guozhujiu will watch from the side. Guozhujiu obeyed her master's orders and stood at the side. Chen Pinggan would often come here and help these children with their punches for 2 hours. The so-called punch feeding was to let the children punch him without paying attention to the punches. Jiang Yun glanced at the hidden official. Seeing that you're badly injured, I'm afraid that I'll knock you down with one punch. Take it easy and don't try to be brave. You haven't seen me for a few days, so you probably don't know. Now that I've mastered my fist technique, I don't care about the strength of my punches. One punch can shatter heaven and earth. Chen Pinggan looked at this child who had the best talent in martial arts and was gifted in verbal skills. Jiang Yun immediately retreated a few steps and opened his fist to meet the enemy. With a stomp of his foot, he retreated and advanced again, leaping high into the air and landing a punch in front of the young hidden official. With one hand behind his back, Chen Pinggan tilted his head and pressed down on Jiang Yun's head with one hand. With a light push, the latter fell heavily to the ground and rolled a few times to get up. After Jiang Yun punched, the tomboy called Yun Zhaohua followed closely behind and swept out a leg from behind the young hidden official. Chen Pinggan leaned to the side and smashed down with his elbow, throwing the little girl directly to the ground. He then kicked her head, causing her to slide backward instantly. Chen Pinggan's punch feeding naturally had to be under pressure and had never failed. According to the agreement, whenever Chen Pinggan received a punch, the children would be considered to have completed their apprenticeship and could each return home. Chen Pinggan pressed down on one of the children's shoulders and gently pushed him, causing him to collide with one of the children who came after him, causing both of them to fly backward. One of the children who came close to Chen Pinggan had his face grabbed by 5 fingers. With a twist of his wrist, his legs were immediately suspended in the air and he was sent flying. Move as you please, qi flows through your dantian, and intent permeates your entire body. We martial artists stand above heaven and earth. Our fists are as fast as flying swords, and our fist intent is not inferior to that of a sword immortal. Chen Pinggan walked slowly and leisurely. He punched a child's neck, causing his head to tilt to the side. Chen Pinggan turned his fist into a palm, palm facing downwards, and the back of his hand landed on the child's shoulder. The latter staggered and fell to the ground. He gently lifted his leg, and his fist intent seeped out from under his cloth shoes. He kicked away the panicked child who was about to throw a punch in a slanted direction. At the same time, he blocked another child's punch, causing the latter's two legs to line up and send his fist flying. Vigorous and fierce, invincible. You must think about your fists and stop. Use your fist intent, fine as needles. You must think about your fists. Chen Pinggan moved sideways and punched the back of the child's head. The child fell to the ground and smashed onto the ground of the training ground, causing his nose to bleed. One of the children changed his trajectory several times. His elbows were folded in front, and his palms were flipped extremely quickly. Combined with the six-step stance, Chen Pinggan was extremely fast in closing in on him. His fist technique already had some momentum. However, Chen Pinggan still used elbows to elbows and palms to palms. A series of dazzling moves pushed the child back to his original position. Jiang Yun sneakily kicked Chen Pinggan. In the end, Chen Pinggan kicked him in the chest first. After he fell to the ground, Jiang Yun was just about to curse Chen Pinggan for taking advantage of his height when he saw the young hidden official kick backwards. Jiang Yun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, slapped the ground with his palm, and flipped himself up. All the children who tried to close in on him were casually beaten back by Chen Pinggan. One was sent rolling on the ground by Chen Pinggan's elbow, while another was sent flying by Chen Pinggan's shoulder. When he got up, he only felt that half of his body was falling apart, but he still gritted his teeth and got up. Generally speaking, it was inevitable that one's fist would be slower by a bit. However, it was not only them. All the children who practiced martial arts here, including Jiang Yun, remembered the young hidden official's words. When a martial artist's body was injured, his fist intent would be injured as well. That was asking for death. Only those who could punch faster after being injured could be considered a true martial artist. Yuan Zhouhua's leg shot out like an arrow. Some children swung their arms and punched out angrily by themselves. There were also a few children who were familiar with each other. They cooperated with each other, hoping that someone would land a punch on Chen Pinggan. One by one, the children were beaten back. Their injuries were not serious, but they definitely did not feel good. Chen Pinggan continued to walk slowly. As long as your fist intent is not alive, even if you can forget about life and death in your fist techniques, you will still die. Chen Pinggan bent his knees slightly. His hands suddenly stopped under the chin of a child who had jumped up high. With a light lift, the child flew back dozens of feet. The fist starts from a low place. No matter how good your fist technique or leg technique is, you will not be able to stand steadily, let alone leave the ground. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, most of the children were lying on the ground. Only a few were able to sit on the ground. Not a single one was able to stand. Chen Pinggan stood where he was and said, "Continue. Your fist and leg can be slow, but your intent must be heavier. Otherwise, I won't be polite." The children stood up almost at the same time. On the other side of the corridor, Alliance and the old woman sat and stood as they watched Chen Pinggan teach his fist techniques. Alliance chuckled softly. Fist techniques are practical and not difficult. Practical and good-looking is very difficult. In the future, when you reach the vast world, once you use your fist, you will be surrounded by flowers everywhere. The old woman smiled. Young Master's fist technique is indeed very outstanding. Young Master's fist technique and Young Master's appearance bring out the best in each other. It's normal for young ladies to like you. Young Master will not care about you anyway. Young Master's character is even more reassuring. Alliance laughed. Does this kid not have any flaws? The old woman thought for a while and shook her head. Alliance looked at the children and said emotionally, "It's just a burden to carry on one's shoulders. Carrying a burden in one's heart, what is the end?" The old woman agreed and said softly, "That's the only bad thing about Young Master." After another incense stick's time, the children were all lying on the ground this time. A sharp-eyed child lying on the ground happened to catch a glimpse of Alliance on the other side of the corridor and guessed his identity. Soon, they all grimaced and whispered to each other. Chen Pinggan turned his head and smiled. Alliance, will you teach next? Alliance was eager to give it a try. My fist technique is still very good. With one hand on the railing, he stood still and took a deep breath. His shoulders shook and he shouted. Then, he moved forward in a straight line. Between the corridor and the training field, he performed a fist technique that he thought was natural and smooth. He also showed off his footwork while he was at it. Jiang Yun jumped up and said with a rare serious expression, Chen Pinggan, let's continue. You can teach the fist technique. The other children also nodded one after another. Alliance stood where he was and rubbed his chin. It shouldn't be. My fist technique is good-looking and sturdy. Even Daoist number 2 has suffered greatly. Guo Zhujiu comforted him softly. Senior Alliance, your sword technique is already so good. Your fist technique is not as good as my master's, so there's no need to be ashamed. Alliance asked, you can tell that my fist technique is not good. Guo Zhujiu shook her head vigorously. Alliance probed again. Is it not good-looking? Guo Zhujiu sighed. Senior Alliance, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Alliance said, a lie. Guo Zhujiu was immediately in high spirits. Senior Alliance was chatting like this and it didn't hurt their feelings. She didn't need to be hit by her master. So, she raised both her thumbs and praised loudly. Senior's fist technique is amazing, amazing. It's as good as Senior's appearance. Alliance didn't care at all. It was still nice to hear. He smiled and asked, Zhujiu, do you want to learn sword technique? Uncle Alliance isn't bragging. My fist technique might not be as good as your master's, but my sword technique, TSK. Guo Zhujiu shook her head. No. Alliance asked, why? The little girl stepped on the spot. Her shoulders shook and the small bamboo box bounced up and down. I only have one master. "667. On the training field, the children were sprawled on the ground again. Their faces were all bruised and swollen. It was definitely not comfortable to train one's muscles and bones at the beginning of learning martial arts. When it was time to suffer, one should enjoy happiness. When it was time to enjoy happiness, one should suffer. Since he was born in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he had entered this cold shelter palace and learned martial arts. He had to adapt to hardships and learn a skill. Not all hardships in the world could be followed by happiness. The martial guts of a pure martial artist could only be extracted from the bitter guts. The hidden official in a long green robe was still calm and composed. He said, rest for 2 incense sticks time. Chen Pinggan sat cross-legged and folded his hands, palms facing up. He closed his eyes and began to rest. All the children struggled to get up and formed a circle. Their sitting posture was exactly the same as the young hidden official. They closed their eyes and slowly adjusted their breathing. Chen Pinggan opened his eyes and commented on everyone's punches. He said that he would not favor Jiang Yun because he came from a rich family in Taixiang Street and had the strongest martial arts foundation. He would not scold him when he was tired of punching. He would not neglect Zhong Pan because he had the weakest physique and was the slowest to learn martial arts in Copper Coin Alley. He would not praise Zhong Pan when he punched well. He would also not deliberately reduce the strength of Sun Tian and the tomboy from Yuhu Street because they were young girls. All in all, Chen Pinggan wanted all the children to remember a principle. Pure martial artists had to be their enemies first. Learning martial arts, one must be a man first. Those who teach martial arts, regardless of whether they have the title of master or teacher, still need to teach people first. Teaching people is not an empty talk. Even if it is a bookkeeper in a rural school, he may bow his head and say some flattering words to a rich man, or he may cast a sidelong glance or sneer at a poor child, and then the child will silently see it and remember it in his heart. In the end, it will kill the hundreds and thousands of sages' teachings in the book. There was logic in both the books and the books. Everyone was a teacher. Chen Pinggan did not say anything else. According to the rules, it was the children's turn to ask questions. Xu Gong, the kid from Twilight Alley, was the first to ask, Mr. Chen, a straight line of punches is definitely the fastest. If the purpose of practicing the walking stance is to strengthen the bones and strengthen the body, why are there so many punches? Chen Pinggan raised his hand and punched out. He suddenly punched out and stopped abruptly. Shu Gong, what you mean is that punching in a straight line is the fastest way to touch the enemy, right? Shu Gong began to doubt himself. Jiang Yun chuckled and said, "One punch and you'll be down." Who in the Great Wall of Sword Qi didn't know that the young hidden official was the most protective of women? Otherwise, how could he have the nickname of knocking down the second shopkeeper with one punch? As for why he was so ruthless towards Wild World's Liu Bai, it must be because that female sword cultivator was not as good-looking as Yu Zhuanfu. However, Jiang Yun suddenly recalled the scene of Yu Zhuanfu being held down and slammed against the wall. He sighed and felt that he might have wronged the second shopkeeper. Shu Gong panicked. He did not mean that. He would not dare to disrespect Mr. Chen even if he was beaten to death. He did not dare and did not want to. In Shu Gong's mind, Mr. Chen's image was like a god, flawless. The children chatted with their two good friends in private. They admired Mr. Chen to the bone. Therefore, when Guo Zhujiu was telling the story, the three of them were the ones who believed it the most. Shu Gong, who came from Twilight Alley, knew that he was not a child of a large clan like Jiang Yun. Since he did not have Jiang Yun's talent and background, he, Zhong Pan, and Tang Chu would often secretly practice the walking stance at night. They would often meet that tomboy, Yuan Juhua. However, going too far was as bad as not going far enough. These fellows trained so hard that they almost damaged their vitality. From beginning to end, Chen Pinggan maintained the same punching posture. Then he raised his left hand, using his right arm as a path, pointing and pointing. Starting from the right fist, he moved on to the wrist, the forearm, the shoulder, the spine, and finally the waist, pointing out the acupoints one by one. He explained in detail the path of pure Zhenqi flow in this straight-line punch. Every tendon, every bone, and every muscle's minute changes were explained to the children in detail. During this time, in accordance with the changes of the fist and palm, he dissected the back of the elbow and the front of the fist, pushing the elbow forward, hitting the shoulder, and so on. He explained in detail the mysteries within, how to exert the force, and why to exert the force. After Chen Pinggan withdrew his fist, he rested his hands on his knees and smiled. Therefore, the fist moves are inferior, the fist intent is in the middle, and the fist technique is in the sky. For the first time, Jiang Yun did not expose him. He frowned and said, "The fist moves are inferior? But I feel that the fist stance and fist stance should be derived from the fist moves. It's very important." Chen Pinggan smiled and raised his fist. With a twist of his wrist, he changed his fist into a palm. His palm was less than an inch from the ground. He landed on the ground in an instant and violently slapped the ground. The ground shook and all the children bounced up at almost the same time. They were all at different heights from the ground and their figures were all over the place. Then, as if they had been crushed, they landed on the ground with a thud. All of them had difficulty breathing and felt as if they were suffocating. Their backs were bent and no one could straighten their backs. The fist moves are inferior only in terms of position and order. It's not that it's not important. On the contrary, all fist techniques have to start from the bottom. Layer after layer of fist stances, layer after layer of fist stances, layer after layer of fist stances. Only then can our fist technique reach the sky. Chen Pinggan withdrew the formless fist intent and all the children immediately felt relieved. Chen Pinggan said to Yuan Zhaohua and Zhong Pan, "When learning fist techniques, one must always be attentive and careful. This is the theory of fist techniques. As the saying goes, the master leads the way, but the disciple has to be careful. Yuan Zhaohua, Zhong Pan, the two of you did well just now. This means that you were also practicing your stance when you were resting. Although your height is not low, your sitting posture is the most stable. Although Jiang Yun's height is the lowest, his sitting posture is scattered." Jiang Yun rolled his eyes. He was already used to the sarcastic remarks of the King hidden official. Zhong Pan, who had a shy personality, was excited. The tomboy's gaze was firm and she pursed her lips tightly. After learning fist techniques, The little girl changed greatly. A few years ago at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, she met the second shopkeeper who had yet to become a hidden official for the first time. She was a little girl with a much more cheerful personality. Chen Pingan's gaze swept across everyone. He leaned forward slightly and said slowly to everyone, learning fist techniques is not as simple as punching in the martial arts arena. Breathing, walking, eating, and occasionally seeing birds. You might feel tired at first, but you will get used to it. The human body is a small world with countless treasures. They will all belong to you. Unless you have to fight someone to the death in the future, no one will be able to snatch them away. Chen Pingan narrowed his eyes and said, then here comes the question. When your fist technique reaches a high level, once you decide to punch and fight someone to the death openly, what will happen? Jiang Yun shouted, defeat with one punch. Chen Pingan smiled and said, kid, you haven't had enough fun yet, have you? Jiang Yun crossed his arms in front of his chest and said seriously, hidden official, I'm not joking this time. When a martial artist punches, he has to act like he's number one in the world. Anyway, the martial arts realm that I'm pursuing is to scare my enemies half to death before I even throw a punch. Chen Pingan smiled and stood up. Alright, then I'll teach you. Now that you mention it, I really do remember a fist technique. At that time, I was a level 6 against a level 10. Now, you're using a level 3 against my level 7. There's a difference of 4 levels. Don't say I'm bullying you. Jiang Yun immediately stood up. Chen Pingan pointed to the wall of the martial arts practice field. Go stand at the corner of the wall. Jiang Yun swaggered over, his back to the crowd. The child was actually baring his teeth, wishing he could give himself a big slap. He could only silently tell himself that even if he lost, he couldn't lose face. Chen Pingan walked to the other side of the martial arts arena and suddenly changed his mind. Everyone go over together. Stand side by side. Don't lean your back against the wall. Stay 3 steps away from the wall. In the future, these children wouldn't follow the prescribed order and only encounter enemies of the same level or only 1 or 2 levels higher. Whether it was himself or by Mema, teaching them fist techniques could help the children temper their muscles and bones bit by bit, sharpen their martial arts step by step. However, there was no such good thing on the path of cultivation. No one was willing to be anyone's whetstone. Most of them wanted to step on stepping stones, step by step, to climb to the top of the mountain. Chen Pingan had once demonstrated to them the aura, stance, and spirit of punching at the peak of level 3 to 7. Bai Mema had also personally practiced punching at level 8, level 9, and level 10. However, the children, including Jiang Yun, all felt that Bai Momo, who had fallen from the 10th realm to the 9th realm, had a higher realm. However, when it came to the vague meaning of the punch, they always felt that the young hidden official was more fascinating. However, the previous martial arts practice was really just a practice. The children were just spectators. Today, Chen Pingan wanted the children to stand in the position of his enemy and personally experience that punch. Back then in the North Continent, Senior Ji Yu had blocked his path. He had asked about punching him. The punch came without warning and he was unprepared to receive it. Ji Yu's sudden punch came suddenly. At that time, Chen Pingan could only helplessly wait for death. After Chen Pingan stopped, he calmed his heart and condensed his qi, completely forgetting himself. There was no one in front of him. Jiang Yun, who was facing off against Chen Pingan from afar, had fine beads of sweat on his forehead. He subconsciously reminded everyone, let's all grit our teeth and stand firm. No one can retreat. No one can stick their backs to the wall. Even if you're scared to the point of peeing your pants, you must stand still. The little girl from Yuhu Street, Sun Tian, said with a trembling voice, I'm scared now. Sun Tian was the same as Jiang Yun at first. She was the child who least wanted to learn martial arts. This was because she had a younger sister named Sun Zhao, who was a sword cultivator. Yuan Zhaohua said in a low voice, then focus on your stance and don't think about anything else. Chen Pingan was not in a hurry to punch. This was even more torturous for the children standing at the foot of the wall. Since they would be stabbed sooner or later, it was better to give them a quick death than to slowly sharpen the knife and scare them. Alliance said, Guozhuzhou, Your master is teaching others martial arts. In fact, he's also practicing martial arts and cultivating his heart. This is a good habit. Practicing martial arts in a snail's shell is not a completely derogatory term. The martial arts that Chen Pinggan had learned were too complex. He needed to use this opportunity to reflect on them and refine them. Occasionally, he would not think about anything and would come here to calm his heart, just like how ordinary people used sleep as a form of rest. Teaching martial arts, practicing martial arts, cultivating the heart, and occasionally going to the Winter Palace to avoid the cold. It seemed like one thing, but it was actually doing 3 things. He was teaching martial arts to the group of martial artists at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. More importantly, he was trying his best to give all the children a relatively stable path of cultivation. For a hidden official who had to be responsible for the direction of the war, this was a real distraction. But in the end, he did not lose out. Guo Zhujiu had already put down her bookcase and placed it by her feet. Then, she had been imitating her master's punches. She had not been idle from beginning to end. When she heard Senior Alliance's words, she retracted her fist and stood still. She said, "Master has so much knowledge. I'll learn it one by one." Grandma Bai stood at the side and said softly, "Young master, with this punch, I think many children will collapse on the spot." Alliance said with a smile, "It's a good thing to be able to truly understand the strength of the fist." At that time, Senior Jiu, as the ancestor of the mountain-shaking fist manual, saw him, a pure martial artist from another continent. Coincidentally, the foundation of martial arts was in the mountain-shaking fist. Jiu, a martial artist of the 10th realm, delivered a punch at the peak of the 9th realm. Chen Pinggan took a step forward without making a sound. He moved forward with the 6-step stance. In the blink of an eye, he was as fast as lightning. The entire training field began to shake and ripple. Fist intent was abundant in all directions. Sun Wu, a child who hoped to use her stance to resist the fear in her heart, was immediately beaten back to her original state after the training field shook. Her stance was unstable, her state of mind was even more chaotic, and her face was full of shock. After Jiang Yun felt the fist intent that covered the sky, he gave a light shout and stepped out heavily. He opened his fist stance and used his own fist intent to resist the fist intent of the universe. Seeing that Sun Wu was about to fall to the ground, Jiang Yun gritted his teeth and moved sideways. His face was full of pain, but he still blocked in front of Sun Wu. After all, she was a little girl. As a big man, he had to protect her. Xu Gong and Yuan Zhaohua shouted almost at the same time, 6-step stance. All the children had a tacit understanding. Almost at the same time, they advanced instead of retreating. They wanted to fight the stance with the stance. The strong wind blew and the fist intent pressed down on them. It was not something they could achieve just by retreating. At most, they took 2 steps before everyone staggered back. It was unknown how Sun Tian managed to muster up a bit of courage. He actually avoided Jiang Yun and chose to face the punch himself. In the blink of an eye, everyone, including Jiang Yun, had their backs against the wall. Their faces were pale, and their backs were drenched in sweat. Some of the physically weak children had already fallen to the ground. Chen Pinggan stood in the middle of the training field with one hand behind his back and the other clenched against his abdomen. He leisurely exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He hurriedly turned his head and wiped the blood from his nose. It was not easy for him to deliver such a powerful punch with his current physique, even if he only managed to deliver half a punch. Chen Pinggan turned his head and smiled. "Everyone, get up. Today's training will end here." None of the children regained their senses. They were a little dazed. Chen Pinggan was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. "After this punch, I have to say that I have a good eye for choosing martial seeds. If you ever meet a martial artist of the same generation when you travel the Jianghu, you can say that the person who taught you was Bai Lianshuang, a martial artist of the 10th realm of the Sword Chi city. The person who fed you was Chen Pinggan, and the person who watched from the side was Swordsman Alliance." After bidding farewell to Grandma Bai, Chen Pinggan and Alliance took Guo Zhujiu and left the Winter Palace on foot. Alliance said, "Zhujiu, when your master mentioned the person who watched the fight, He only mentioned me and forgot about you. Are you sad? Guozhujiu said with a puzzled expression. Master said it. Senior Alliance, didn't you hear it? Alliance was stunned. Why didn't I hear it? Guozhujiu said seriously. I said it in my heart on behalf of Master. Alliance praised. Zhujiu, your heart of the sword is amazing. Chen Pinggan smiled. Alliance, how about the 18-stop sword qi? Can you teach it to my disciple? Alliance said helplessly. I said I would teach you, but Zhujiu doesn't want it. Alliance ran his fingers through his hair. But Zhujiu said that my appearance and fist technique are good. She said these words from the bottom of her heart. Uncle Alliance is shameless enough to teach her this secret art. But there's no rush. I'll be a guest at the Guo mansion later. Guo Zhujiu and Chen Pinggan looked at each other and smiled. Master, you know. Master, I know. Guo Zhujiu didn't dare to stay for long. She had sneaked out by climbing over the wall today. She had to go home. After bidding farewell to her master and senior Alliance, the little girl held the mountain traveling staff and carried the small bamboo chest. She ran. Alliance and Chen Pinggan went to the wine shop in the stacked mountains. Alliance asked, after Sword Immortal Dao Wen died, did you get more immortal coins with your battle merits? Chen Pinggan didn't hide anything and said, I took some out too. The wine shop acted as the banker. All the immortal coins that Chen Pinggan earned from the drunkards and gamblers at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, as well as the income from selling the seals and fans through the Yang family shop, were all returned to the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the name of Sword Immortal Dao Wen's inheritance. Of course, it wasn't that Dao Wen wanted Chen Pinggan to do so. Chen Pinggan had planned to do so from the start. This was also the reason why Dao Wen was willing to entrust his funeral to the young secluded official. To catch the eye of a sword immortal, one could never rely on how much money one earned or how many beautiful words one said. Alliance asked again, that much immortal coins isn't a small sum. You just casually left it on the table in the courtyard and let the sword immortals take it. Are you not worried? Is the secluded official's lineage keeping an eye on that area? The battle had come to an end for the time being. The cultivation of the sword was of utmost importance. The world's sword immortals were notoriously unreasonable when it came to spending money. This was also why the Great Wall of Sword Qi had so many poor sword immortals. The higher the grade of the intrinsic flying sword, and the higher the realm of the sword immortal, no one dared to say that they had too much money except for the few tycoons in Immemorial Street. Only when they weren't at a bottleneck in their cultivation would sword immortals have some spare money on hand. They could drink and bet freely. Therefore, it was possible that most sword immortals would go to Dao Wen's residence to withdraw money and only take what they lacked. However, there were bound to be some sword immortals who secretly took more immortal coins. Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, no one is keeping an eye on that area. Dao Wen doesn't care about this, so I don't care either. It's not a business deal, so there's no need to be so calculative. Alliance nodded and said, you should think that way. Relax a little. Chen Pinggan took off the white jade hairpin that was pinned in his hair bun. Alliance took it and immersed his mind in it. Then he laughed involuntarily. What an old scholar. Even I was fooled back then. Chen Pinggan didn't even bother to use telepathy and said directly, in the previous battle with Li Jun, I relied on this hairpin to turn the situation around. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to defeat Li Jun as I wasn't a sword immortal back then. The white jade hairpin had already been unsealed, so Alliance naturally had a clear view of it. Chen Pinggan said, the flow of time is the opposite of many blessed paradises. It's about a month in the mountains and a year in the world. The white jade hairpin was an extremely strange blessed paradise. Its territory wasn't large and could at most accommodate 100 people. The spiritual energy was also average and couldn't be considered a blessed land. To be more precise, it wasn't suitable for cultivators to cultivate. Alliance sighed and said, the old scholar has given a lot of thought to this. For the sake of his disciple, Qi Jingchun, the old scholar could be said to have given a lot of thought. Taking refuge here, he could just treat it as a study room and read in peace. After hundreds of years, the world would change. Perhaps the next time he returned to the vast world, it would be a different scene. The old scholar's original intention was very likely to have been to delay until the wasteland attacked the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Then, the Confucian school would have opened up the fifth passage to the world and a new vast world would have been created. With a bigger chessboard, there would be more places for his disciple, Qi Jing-chun, to have a foothold and there would be more hope. When the old scholar left the merit forest, he might have already made a plan. He was willing to use the merit of opening up a new world in exchange for Qi Jingchuan's foothold in the human world. Chen Pinggan slowly said, "Mister, if you're like this, then how can I treat my own disciples and students half-heartedly?" Senior Marshal Brother Marrow once said that the most dangerous thing in the world was teaching and educating people. Because you never know when your words will be remembered by a certain student for the rest of their lives. Alliance returned the white jade hairpin to Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan put it back in his hair. 8 characters in Xiaozhuan, gentleman, gentle as jade. Alliance held the back of his head with both hands and basked in the warm sun. A young man beside him was wearing a green robe and a white jade hairpin. He wore a pair of cloth shoes and had a blade-strengthening gourd at his waist. Chen Pinggan suddenly asked, "Alliance, did you get injured in 2 consecutive battles?" Alliance had left the city twice. The first time, it was fine. Even the sword immortals on the city wall could roughly see the situation. However, the second time he returned to the battlefield, one of the sovereign-level demons attacked with all his might and isolated the world. Chen Pinggan could not help but be worried. Unexpectedly, Alliance shook his head and said, "I didn't get injured. I only used some of my trump cards. The next time I go to the battlefield, I will definitely be targeted. Just like your 2 flying swords' innate divine powers, if outsiders don't know, it will be the key to victory. Once they know, it will be difficult for it to work next time." After all, it wasn't as if we were roaming the vast expanse world and constantly running into unfamiliar faces. The battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Chi could be said to be huge, but it could also be said to be small. I was already familiar with those great demons, so I was well aware of their general movements. We are also fighting against the entire wasteland. The problem is that they do not lack magic treasures or weapons. Even if they don't have them, they can borrow them. Chen Pinggan said in surprise, "You didn't get injured?" Alliance smiled and said, "Let me show you my skills. After that, you will know why I was able to escape unscathed." Chen Pinggan looked around. "Forget about it on the streets." Alliance grumbled, "There is no one around, and we are staring at each other. What's the point of showing off?" Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "If you dare to show off, I dare to learn." Alliance stopped and lightly stomped on the ground with the tip of his foot. Chen Pinggan did not understand and stopped as well, waiting to see. Suddenly, on the second floor of a restaurant not far away, someone shouted angrily, "Son of a B***tch, return the money. I have seen bankers scamming people, but I have never seen a banker like you who runs away after losing money." Instantly, the customers all around cheered loudly. Chopsticks knocked on bowls, palms slammed on the table, and boos sounded everywhere. Chen Pinggan held his hands in his sleeves with a calm expression. It was a small scene. Alliance stretched his neck and scolded back, "I am not returning the money. I am helping you save money. Saving money is saving wine. You still have the face to scold me." The old sword cultivator was speechless. Anxious, the old sword cultivator wanted to spit on that B***tch's face. Unexpectedly, Alliance stomped his foot lightly. A golden word appeared at the tip of his foot. Then, the words connected into a small circle and appeared at Alliance's feet. They were all teachings of the sage. The first circle was a sentence from the Confucian school's most sage teacher. Then, it was the Daoist school's explanation of the great Tao of yin and yang. After that, there were the Confucian classics about heaven, earth, and man. Then, there was an even bigger circle. Different articles and poems circulated through the 4 seasons. The 5 elements. The 24 hours. The 24 solar terms. The fundamental knowledge of the 72 sages in the Confucian temples of China. Circle after circle of golden words, from the inside to the outside, layer upon layer, countless. The 3 sects, the 100 schools of thought, the scriptures and classics, the opening or closing words of the scriptures and classics, the generosity of hundreds and thousands of poets, virtuous and virtuous people, famous ministers and generals, sword immortals and heroes, were all manifested in words. Chen Pinggan lowered his head and looked. The golden words appeared too quickly, and the meaning of each sentence was too great. Even Chen Pinggan felt that it was too much for his eyes to take in. In the blink of an eye, the entire city was filled with densely packed golden words. Chen Pinggan even saw many beautiful sentences that he had once engraved on bamboo slips. He saw many words in Buddhist scriptures and legalist classics, as well as the words that Li Shixing had drawn on the bamboo walls. Alliance's thoughts moved slightly, and the phenomenon disappeared. He smiled and said, "I just need to learn the general idea. After all, no one can become another person, and there's no need to do so. I, Alliance, am Alliance, Xiao Qi is Xiao Qi, and you, Chen Pinggan, are Chen Pinggan." Chen Pinggan nodded. Alliance then turned to look at the second floor. "What were you yelling about just now?" The old sword cultivator said sincerely, "Alliance, do you want to drink?" "It's my treat." Alliance said, "What kind of person do you think I, Alliance, am? Am I the kind of person who owes money and asks for wine?" However, his eyes were fixed on the old sword cultivator, and he had no intention of leaving. "No way," the old sword cultivator said righteously, and one of his hands shook vigorously. A friend hurriedly threw a pot of wine over, and the old sword cultivator caught it. The old sword cultivator held the wine pot with both hands, and gently threw it out of the restaurant. "Brother Alliance, we haven't seen each other for a long time, and I've missed you. When I'm free, I'll set up a big table at the second manager's wine shop, and drink to our heart's content." After Chen Pinggan and Alliance, who had gotten a pot of wine for free, left. At the restaurant, the old sword cultivator sat down and smiled while stroking his beard. "In the entire Great Wall of Sword Qi, who can collect debts like me, and make Alliance put on such a big show to avoid paying his debts? You guys have benefited from it, so I won't pay for it today. Who's going to pay the bill?" Alliance walked on the road, drinking that pot of immortal wine that no one could stop. He suddenly said, "That big matter, have you told little Ning about it?" Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "I've told her the cause and effect in full detail. I feel that the closer you are to someone, the more you should explain things clearly." Alliance smiled and said, "No wonder you're not the only one in the line of the literary sage. There's a reason for that." Chen Pinggan smiled and didn't reply. When they reached the wine shop, business was booming, and it was far better than other places. Even though there were many tables, there were still no empty seats. There were many people squatting and drinking by the roadside. Alliance and Chen Pinggan squatted and drank by the roadside. In front of them was a bowl of noodles and a small plate of pickled vegetables. It was noisy all around. The big and small drunkards who came to this shop to drink were all big-hearted. If they weren't, they probably wouldn't be returning customers, so they didn't take Alliance and the young hidden official too seriously and didn't treat them as outsiders. Alliance held the wine bowl in his hand and picked up some vegetables with his chopsticks. He shuddered. It was so F***king salty. He quickly rolled up a large portion of yang chun noodles with his chopsticks. Hearing some people bragging about the good wine and dishes here, many people who had just been pulled here to drink felt that the taste of the wine was really good. Alliance was puzzled. Nowadays, people didn't take money to act as shills. Chen Pinggan held the wine bowl with both hands and took small sips. After drinking a mouthful of wine, he looked at the bustling street. Back and forth, walking and stopping, in a leisurely and hurried manner. The people around him might leave tomorrow. The people who came from afar might return home tomorrow. 668. Lin Junbai did not expect Pang Yuanji to be such a blabbermouth. The other sword cultivators of the hidden officials all knew that he was leaving. At dawn, Lin Junbai simply packed his bag. He first strolled around the summer palace, then returned to the main hall and looked at the tables. To a cultivator who did not know the weather, a few years passed in the blink of an eye. Yet, Lin Junbai felt like he had a huge dream here. He was reluctant to wake up from it. Lin Junbai shook his head and collected his thoughts. He only felt that it was not bad to leave without saying goodbye. He did not expect the sword cultivators to arrive on their swords. Other than the young hidden officials, everyone else was present. Even Guozhujiu came with a gong and drum. Lin Junbai straightened his clothes and bowed to everyone in thanks. It was a rule to drink wine to send off friends at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The group went to the second manager's wine shop to drink. Early in the morning, there were still seats available. Everyone drank a little. The farewell wine was usually not too much. Lin Junbai asked the head manager for a nameplate. The young man in white, who was already an Aurus core sword cultivator, wrote, Lin Junbai drank this wine and broke through 3 realms in 3 years. He hung it on the wall personally. The wooden nameplates seemed to belong to the same group as the sword cultivators. Jiyu Jianlong said something fair. Junbai's words are full of the hidden official's style. The word only is too wonderful for words. In the end, Lin Junbai raised his wine bowl and drank it all. He smiled. I've spent a lot of time with all of you in the orchid room. Lin Junbai said to Guozhujiu, when I return to my hometown in the future, if I travel outside again, I must have a bamboo box and a bamboo cane. In the end, everyone stood up and clasped their fists. They did not send Lin Junbai off. Guozhujiu was a little regretful that the gong and drum were not used. The young man in white, who was carrying a small bag, left the wine shop alone and headed for the gate leading to the inverted mountain. It was located between the city and the Mirage. It was further away from the city than the old gate guarded by Nuguan of the Saber Room. It was also more lively. Nowadays, the trade between Spring Banner House and Howran Heaven's 8 Continents ferry was getting smoother. Chen Chunan of the South Whirlpool Continent, the Yu family of Yu Zhuanfu, Zhu Shenji of the Sword Immortal Kuxia, the new sect master of the Jade Gui sect of the Tongyi Continent, Jiang Shangzhen, a few large sects of the North Continent, and many foreign sword immortals had made connections in their respective continents. Therefore, the worst-case scenario that the young secluded official and the sword immortal Chou Miao were worried about didn't happen. The Confucian Temple of the Central Plains didn't support the new structure created by the 8 Provinces ferry, but they didn't oppose it either. Lin Junbai's bag was filled with ordinary items. There was an exquisite by sword deity imprint manual, a jade bamboo folding fan bought from the Yang family's shop, and some small gifts from friends like Pang Yuanji. Lin Junbai was genuinely happy. If their relationship wasn't that good, they would be overly courteous with their gifts. If they were truly friends, they would be more casual. Along the way, Lin Junbai saw the young secluded official who didn't cover his face at the gate. There was also a middle-aged woman standing beside him. There seemed to be a natural fragrance of plants around her. The woman must have used a camouflage technique to hide her true appearance. There were only a handful of people in the Great Wall of Sword Chi who needed to do so. Sword immortals didn't care about it, sword cultivators didn't need to. Of course, the secluded official was an exception. If he wanted to be ruthless, he would even cover his face with a woman's skin. According to Jiyu Jianlong, the young secluded official who went to the battlefield disguised himself as a woman and attacked with a slender figure. If Guozhujiu heard this, it was equivalent to the secluded official hearing it. Therefore, Jiyu Jianlong was crippled for a month. Lin Junbai easily guessed the woman's identity. She was the behind-the-scenes owner of the Plum Blossom Garden, one of the 4 major private residences in the inverted hanging mountain. She was Madame Xianyang. Not only was Madame Xianyang not affected by the incident at the border, but she had also somehow turned to Lu Ji's side. This upper 5 realms beauty, who could be said to be widely known in the world, had made up for her mistakes by doing good deeds. All the property in the Plum Blossom Garden had been confiscated by the Summer Palace. If it was a honey trap, it would work on anyone except for the young hidden official. It would not work on him at all. As for the twists and turns of the incident in the Plum Blossom Garden, the young secluded official didn't elaborate, and no one was willing to ask. Chen Pinggan said that he was on his way to the Spring Banner House, so it was on the way. Lin Junbai naturally had no objections. Now that the secluded official traveled between the inverted hanging mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he didn't need to deliberately conceal himself. He would pretend not to know what he should know. It was best not to know what he shouldn't know. With the current vigilance of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, if anyone had the intention to know, it would be a big trouble. The secluded official's lineage had great power. They didn't need to explain why or how they could kill people with flying swords. Even if it was the rich and powerful mansions on Taixiong Street and Yushu Street, as long as they were suspected and were targeted by the Summer Palace, the secluded official's lineage would be able to control their flying swords as if they were in an uninhabited land. In the past 2 years, based on the intelligence reports that only the hidden officials knew, there had been many hunts and assassinations. Lin Junbai had personally participated in 2 encirclements, both of which were targeted at the merchants at the Mirage. Not a single drop of water leaked out, and it was like cutting melons and vegetables. One of the incidents involved a highly respected old nascent soul cultivator. The latter had been operating in the Mirage Pavilion for many years. He disguised himself well and was very popular. The secluded official's lineage didn't want to explain the reason, so half of the Mirage Pavilion almost rebelled on the spot. In the end, 6 sword immortals in the city, including Gao Kuei, flew on their flying swords together. The young secluded official didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. Under everyone's gaze, he stood outside the pavilion with his hands behind his sleeves. He only turned and left when Cho Miao dragged the corpse out. On that day, 23 shops in the Mirage Pavilion were closed. The Great Wall of Sword Chi didn't stop them at all, allowing them to move to the inverted hanging mountain. However, the next day, all the shops were replaced with new shopkeepers. The secluded official's lineage's sword cultivator attacked, from Cho Miao to Dong Bude, and then to Guizhujiu, who was still a young girl. However, many dirty matters couldn't be resolved just by attacking. Lin Junbai remembered that the young secluded official had stayed at the sword workshop for more than 10 days. When he returned to the Summer Refuge Palace, he didn't tell the sword cultivators what had happened. He only said that he had resolved a rather big problem. Sometimes, Lin Junbai would let his imagination run wild. If they were the secluded official's lineage, and this Summer Refuge Palace was a sect that had taken root in the vast world, what would happen? The young secluded official would be the Mountain Lord, Sword Immortal Cho Miao would be the judge, Sword Immortal Mi would be in charge of the genealogy, and Wei Wenlong would be in charge of the money. The rest of the sword cultivators would practice their swordsmanship in peace. At the same time, each of them would be in charge of a peak and a lineage. They would take in disciples according to their preferences. It would definitely be a spectacular sight. At most, in less than 100 years, the entire vast world would look askance at them. It was a pity that this was Lin Junbai's wishful thinking. Madame Huayang was silent along the way. She only took a few more glances at the youth. That boarder had once mentioned this little junior brother and thought highly of him. When they arrived at Inverted Hanging Mountain, Lin Junbai followed his teacher's instructions in the secret letter. He went to the Yuanzhou residence to meet an old friend of his teacher. After that, he would take a cross-continent ship back to the central divine continent tonight. At the entrance of the Yuanzhou residence, Chen Pinggan took out a wooden box from among the items close to him. He said, "This contains the relics of an old friend who drank wine at the wine shop. Cherish it well. It might be useful in the future. I only hope that you are worthy of the relics inside. Don't let me make a mistake and give it to the wrong person." Lin Junbai took the wooden box with both hands. He guessed that it was filled with the nameplates taken from the walls of the wine shop. This parting gift was extremely valuable. As long as Lin Junbai had the heart, he could immediately convert it into incense, reputation, and even actual benefits once he returned to the central divine continent. Lin Junbai said in a low voice, "Secluded official, rest assured. Junbai will act with propriety in the future." Chen Pinggan said softly, "One matter is another matter. Let's focus on the matter and not the person. When we return to the Shao Yuan dynasty, I hope you can study and cultivate. Let's not make any mistakes. Once you enter the crowd, the innocent will easily be corrupted. Junbai, you have to think carefully." Lin Junbai took a step back and bowed. Junbai bids farewell, secluded official. Chen Pinggan returned the bow with a fist salute. Chen Pinggan and Madame Huiyang went to the Spring Banner House. Lin Junbai looked at their backs and suddenly shouted, "A gentleman who loves wealth must obtain it in a proper way." Junbai has never seen such a straightforward person like Mr. Chen when it comes to business. Chen Pinggan did not turn around. He waved his hand. Lin Junbai watched the two leave. They approached the Spring Banner House. Madame Huiyang smiled sweetly and said telepathically to the young secluded official, "Lin Junbai has left. Where will the rest of the secluded officials' sword cultivators go? Are they going to run away too?" Chen Pinggan laughed and asked, "Run away?" Madame Huiyang turned to look at the young secluded official with an apologetic expression. "However," she said unrepentantly, "perhaps there was a mistake in the wording. That's what I meant. Anyone who leaves the Great Wall of Sword Qi alive has to run away too. Of course, Mr. Lu is an exception." Addressing a woman as Mr. was a great form of respect in the vast world. Chen Pinggan said, "Madame Huiyang, you can even run away from the entire plum blossom garden. How dare you call us, the secluded officials, foreigners?" Madame Huiyang changed her tone. "To be honest, I am quite impressed by these young people's methods and boldness. When they return to the vast world, they will all be heroes and great people. The reason why I am making sarcastic remarks is because I am envious. These young people are sword cultivators and have great prospects. Every time I look at them, I feel jealous." After entering the Spring Banner House, Chen Pinggan said, "Do you know why I asked you to go to the inverted hanging mountain?" Madame Huiyan's eyes were full of resentment. She bit her lip and said, "How could I have guessed? The secluded official has a high position and power. Whatever he says is the truth." Chen Pinggan said straightforwardly, "Find a few people and move the entire plum blossom garden to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. If it is useful, the Summer Palace will remember your merit." Madame Huiyang complained, "The secluded official won't even let go of an empty plum blossom garden. But bullying a woman like me is not appropriate, is it? Can't you let me have something to remember? When I reach the South Sorrel continent in the future, I have to do my part to let Mr. Lu have a quiet place to cultivate." Chen Pinggan said, "With or without that eye-catching plum blossom garden, Lu Ji will take the initiative to help you cut off your past grudges and let you cultivate in peace. You don't have to do anything unnecessary. As long as you can reach the immortal realm, you will have the power to protect yourself in the vast world. Even if Lu Ji is not by your side, no one will dare to underestimate you. All the academies will treat you with respect." Madame Huiyang complained, "There will be no more flowers and moonlight, only daily necessities. I am a sad soul of the human world." Chen Pinggan said, "Those who know themselves will not blame others." Madame Huiyang rolled her eyes. She was naturally charming and flirtatious. When Mr. Chen is being reasonable, he is the most unromantic. Chen Pinggan frowned and said, "Am I close to you?" Madame Huiyang pretended to be pitiful. "Madame Xie of the wine shop in the city, are you close to Mr. Chen?" Chen Pinggan could not help but laugh. He had been tricked by Alliance and tavern keeper Xie. Madame Huiyang restrained her expression and became curious. She said, "I only heard that Madame Xie was once a nascent soul sword cultivator. Later on, her Dao was cut off, her flying sword was broken, and her sword heart was shattered. Why did she look at you differently? Is there a reason?" Mr. Chen's appearance should not have made Madame Xie fall in love at first sight. If Mr. Chen is willing to talk about it, I will be willing to move the plum blossom garden. Chen Pinggan turned a deaf ear. He had never seen such a boring spirit of the upper five realms. Wei Wenlong was the only one in the room. Xiao Yunyang, Miu, Yang Ming, and Nayland Saihuan were discussing business with a group of ferry managers in the meeting hall. In the next room, there were a few disciples of Xiao Yunyang from Chun Qianzhai helping to settle the accounts. Madame Huiyang removed the camouflage spell and leaned against the door in a lazy posture. She faced the sky with no makeup. Naturally, she was at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, Wei Wenlong gave up after a glance. There was no ripple in his heart. The woman was beautiful, but she was not as cute as the account book. After Chen Pinggan sat down, he randomly pulled out a book from the mountain of account books. As he flipped through the account books, he asked Wei Wenlong about the recent business situation. Madame Huiyang had nothing to do and it was not appropriate for her to sit down and flip through the account books. She could only sit on the threshold with her back to the room, leaning forward and resting her chin on her hands. After Wei Wenlong answered the young hidden official's question, he inadvertently glanced at Madame Huiyan's back on the threshold and could not move his eyes away. It turned out that there was another scenery beyond the account books. Chen Pinggan caught a glimpse of Wei Wenlong's strange behavior and did not disturb this guy's enjoyment of the scenery. Anyway, Wei Wenlong was a bachelor. It did not matter if he took a few more glances. Maybe he would be enlightened. However, Chen Pinggan had only flipped through 2 pages of the account book before Wei Wenlong came back to his senses. He seemed to think that the account book on the table was more interesting. Miu returned alone from the meeting hall, cursing and swearing all the way. He was really hurt by that bunch of money-minded ferry stewards. He did not expect to be pleasantly surprised. When he saw Madame Ruoyon, he immediately felt the wind under his feet and his spirits were rejuvenated. Unexpectedly, Madame Huiyang had already stood up, keeping him at arm's length. She did not give Miu a chance to get close to her. She said to Chen Pinggan, "If you trust me, I will move the plum blossom garden myself." Chen Pinggan nodded. Madame Huiyang disappeared in a flash. Miu stood at the door, gently waving his hand to fan the breeze. He smiled at Wei Wenlong. "Silly goose, have you seen enough of the scenery? If I were you, I would have sincerely asked Madame Huiyang if she needed to use her hands as a small bench." Wei Wenlong was speechless. Chen Pinggan got up and walked with Miu in the Spring Banner House. There would be 2 groups of merchants coming together today. Chen Pinggan planned to sit in on the second meeting and wait for the first group of ferry managers to disperse before he went to the meeting hall. Miu said something unexpected. "Madame Huiyang of the Plum Blossom Garden is also a woman with a hard life. That's why she hates people like me the most." Chen Pinggan did not hang up the Haoliang blade strengthening gourd. Since Miu and Miu were the 2 sword immortals, Chen Pinggan would not go over the top. Miu suddenly said, "I have been afraid to return to the Great Wall of Sword Qi because I don't know what to say." Chen Pinggan knew that this infamous pure Jade Realm sword immortal in the Great Wall of Sword Qi was aware of his brother Miu's plan. Miu was silent for a moment, "But I still have to go. I can't hide from it." Chen Pinggan then took out the blade strengthening gourd and handed it to Miu. Miu glanced at it and shook his head. "My brother gave it to you. Why are you giving it to me? Hidden official, you should keep it. My brother will be less worried. Anyway, my natal flying sword no longer needs the blade strengthening gourd to nourish it." Miu had previously been a sword shio of the hidden official's lineage. He had gone into battle with the other sword shio and fought with all his strength. However, Miu had never dared to truly forget about life and death. The reason was very simple. Once he was in a desperate situation, the person who would save him would be his elder brother who would die first. Chen Pinggan kicked Miu, "Then go quickly." Miu left the Spring Banner building. The first ferry in the Spring Banner building. After the managers left, Xiao Yunyang and the other 2 had to see the guests off. Chen Pinggan then stepped into the empty hall. When Xiao Yunyang, Yang Ming and Nayland Saihuan returned, Chen Pinggan did not sit on the main seat. Instead, he sat on Miu's seat. He was closer to Yang Ming and Nayland Saihuan. Xiao Yunyang casually sat on the opposite seat. Nayland Saihuan reported the progress of the 8 continents ferry in detail. Regarding the immortal money of the Pure Snow Continent, the Pure Snow Continent's Liu clan had not made a clear statement. When Nayland Saihuan mentioned this, she was worried. Then, she looked a little resentful. "Why don't we just rob the Yuan Zhuan residence? So what if it's not the Plum Blossom Garden or the Spring Banner building? We can just tear it down. Those pavilions, terraces, towers, pillars and stone slabs are all immortal money. Anyway, the Liu clan has no intention of moving away. If people leave, the building will be empty. It's almost ownerless. At worst, we can let the Southern Basket Ferry Jiang Gaotai send a message to the Pure Snow Continent's Liu clan. Take it as us owing them a favor. In the future, we can let sword immortal Xie Songhua help us repay them. Xiao Yunyang smiled bitterly. What a whimsical idea. There was only one thing. Was sword immortal Xie Songhua someone that anyone could persuade? Unexpectedly, Chen Pinggan said, "There's no hurry. We will definitely tear it down. The Pure Snow Continent's Liu clan is probably waiting for us to tear down the Yuanzhuan residence. They're sitting at home, waiting for us to deliver this favor to them. However, friends are friends, and business is business. We also need to think about what Xie Songhua and the other sword immortals should get in return for helping us. Do we need the pill workshop to give us something, or do we need the summer abode to give us some spoils of war? When the time comes, the three of you can help us come up with something. When the time comes, we don't need to ask the summer abode." Yangs were asked, "Does Fuping Sword Lake's Luo Cai's purchase of the Cloud Pavilion mean that we can have another ferry route? Connecting with the Tongyi continent's Jade Gui sect? The Tongyi continent is rich in resources. If we can let the old Dragon City ferry to the inverted hanging mountain, we might be able to get 20% more resources." Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "We can only stop here." Jiang Shangzhen sent the immortal money as the head of the Jiang clan. This in itself is a statement. Although Jiang Shangzhen was now the new head of the Jade Gui sect, the Tongyi continent's newest ascendant realm Zun Yuan would never agree to this. Moreover, Jiang Shangzhen wouldn't be so crazy. If Jiang Shangzhen really dared to overrule the public, he might immediately lose his position as head of the sect. Zun Yuan would definitely do it. Perhaps even the head of the Jiang clan would have to be replaced, and the blessed land of the Cloud Cave would have to be replaced. To all of the immortal masters of the Imperial Library, it was a great principle that could not be avoided. Wild cultivators had their pros and cons, while immortal masters of the Register had their own pros and cons. Madame Huiyang suddenly appeared outside the door with a bonsai in her hand. Inside the bonsai, there were pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. The small bonsai was the entire plum blossom garden. It was very different from Chen Pinggan's impression of moving a house with a lot of people. This was probably the so-called a pure place in the world, a small cluster of mountains on the palm of one's hand. Madame Huiyang stood at the door and gently threw the bonsai to the young hidden official. She smiled and asked, "Does it have anything to do with the officials?" Xiao Yunyang and the others were confused. Chen Pinggan kept the bonsai and said, "Actually, I'm not sure either. You can ask Lu Ji." Xiao Yunyang waited for the swaying Madame Huiyang to leave before he joked, "In this way, among the 4 private houses in the inverted hanging mountain, only the water essence palace of the Rain Dragon sect doesn't belong to us." Yang Ming's expression was indifferent as he said casually, "Since you like to watch the show and make sarcastic remarks, you can watch and talk as much as you want." Nayland Saihuan looked outside the gate and recalled the faces of the Water Fairy Palace and Rain Dragon sect cultivators. She sneered and said, "There are so many innocent cultivators. If we don't save them, our Great Wall of Sword Chi will definitely be scolded in the future. We're not sword cultivators and not worthy of being sword immortals. If Master Hidden Official doesn't stop me, I'll go to the Water Essence Palace and persuade them to move their sect early and enjoy life elsewhere. Losing some money is better than losing their lives." Chen Pinggan didn't interfere. Xiao Yunyang stood up to welcome the second group of ferry managers. Nayland Saihuan found that the young hidden official had disappeared. Even though she knew that the other party was close, Nayland Saihuan, a nascent soul sword cultivator, didn't notice it at all. She couldn't even catch a trace of chi ripple. The meeting that followed took 3 hours. Most of it was wrangling between the two sides. Xiao Yunyang played the good cop, Nayland Saihuan played the bad cop, and Yang Bian played the side. Chen Pinggan had been standing behind Miu's chair, quietly watching the bargaining between the two sides. The narrower the small world of the sparrow in the cage, the stricter the rules of the small world. When Chen Pinggan closed the innate supernatural power of the flying sword, even Nayland Saihuan, a nascent soul sword cultivator, didn't notice. Except for the 4 troublesome ghosts, as long as the chi trainers on the mountain were below the upper 5 states, they could use Pine Needle, Cough Thunder, or Mind Talisman, as well as the physique of a warrior to control the wind and the sword to close the distance between the two sides in an instant. They could use the sparrow in the cage, gather the sparrow in the cage, face to face, and end it with a punch. One of the ferry stewards, who had not been able to attend the first meeting of the Spring Banner House, was so annoyed by the argument that he slapped the tea table beside him, causing the teacups to jump. He said angrily, "How can you do business like this? Haggling like crazy. Even if Master Hidden Official is sitting here, face to face, I'll still say the same thing. You can buy the materials of my ferry or not. If Spring Banner House continues to bargain, it's equivalent to killing people. If you annoy me, I don't dare to do anything to you. I'm afraid of you sword immortals, okay? I'll just stab myself first and recuperate here. Then I'll answer to Spring Banner House and my own sect." Yang Ming rubbed his temples. Actually, there was room for negotiation. According to the price offered by Spring Banner House, the other party could still make a lot of money. It was purely the other party's fault. This was the fun of business. Yang Ming didn't hate them. After all, business was business. It was just that these old foxes came again and again. Everyone was the same. It was tiring. Nayland Saihuan smiled playfully. Then, more than 10 ferry managers looked in the same direction. A slender figure appeared out of thin air. Everyone stood up instantly. There was a young man opposite them with his hands crossed and placed on the top of the chair. He smiled and said, "One knife is not enough. I have 2. Remember to return them to me after you're done." Although Nayland Saihuan had always been resentful of the young hidden official, she had to admit that sometimes, Chen Pingan's words were indeed more refreshing. The ferry manager who had met the young hidden official previously had already respectfully introduced himself. He then cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, hidden official." The manager who was clamoring to stab himself was speechless as if he had been struck by lightning. Chen Pingan didn't really make things difficult for the manager. Instead, he took the initiative to give him a share of the profits and then left the hall. This time, after leaving Spring Banner House and returning to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Chen Pingan didn't take the long route as usual. Instead, he walked through the earliest door. It was still the little Daoist boy who was reading on the futon. He didn't even raise his head when he saw Chen Pingan. The man holding the sword on the other side of the door didn't show up. Chen Pingan also didn't greet the familiar sword immortal named Zhonglu. 669. Chen Pingan found Alliance in a wine shop at the corner of the street. Alliance was having an arm around a man's shoulder. "Why are you so sad? So what if Nayland Saihuan has your heart? Can she have your body?" "Impossible, she, Nayland Saihuan, doesn't have that ability." The man didn't feel any better, but he wanted to drink even more. He stretched out his hand and picked up the wine pot on the table. When it was empty, Alliance quickly ordered another pot. He heard booze coming from all directions. He saw Madame Xie twisting her waist and walking out of the counter. Her eyes were full of love as she looked outside the wine shop. Alliance turned his head and saw Chen Pingan. In the Great Wall of Sword Chi, scholars like us are still the most precious. We are welcomed everywhere we go. After Chen Pingan sat down, he smiled and said, "Alliance, I invite you to the Ning residence for a meal. I will personally cook." Madame Xie put a pot of wine on the table but didn't sit down. Alliance nodded and agreed to Chen Pingan's invitation. At this moment, he raised his head and looked at the woman. Alliance's eyes were hazy with drunkenness. He looked left and right and said, "Sister Xie, what's wrong? I can't even see your face." The woman sneered and said, "Are you going to say that every time you get drunk, you can see 2 inverted mountains? There's nothing new to say. Alliance, you are old. Look through the second manager's Ghost Sword Immortal Seal Manual more. That's what a scholar should say." Alliance was a little sad that Sister Xie liked the new and hated the old. After the two left, Chen Pingan walked a distance away and said, "When I was looking through the old files in the Summer Palace, it only said that Xie Yuan was seriously injured. Since then, this Madame Xie has been selling wine for a living." Alliance shook off the smell of alcohol and patted his cheeks. "It's not right to call her Madame Xie. She's not married. Xie Yuan was born in the Willow Alley. She was very talented in swordsmanship. She stood out at a young age. She was younger than Yu Qing and Mi Hu. She was a sword cultivator of the same generation as Nayland Saihuan. Together with the girl Cheng Quan and Zhao Ji loved, they were the most outstanding young girls in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Alliance sighed. It was drizzling and the world was hazy. The handsome scholar suddenly saw a lady walking with an umbrella. She was dressed in green and holding the umbrella was like a blooming flower. She was like a willow in the spring rain. She was extremely beautiful. Chen Pinggan said, "If you remove the handsome scholar and leave the woman alone, the picture will be really beautiful." Alliance laughed. "If you didn't see it with your own eyes, would you know about such a beautiful scene?" Alliance continued. Xie Yuan exchanged a natal flying sword with a junior sister of sword immortal Sai Chen on the battlefield. Both of them shattered. She couldn't retreat in time due to her serious injuries. Sai Chen arrived and stabbed her again. If she didn't meet with this disaster, it would be easy for Xie Yuan to reach the upper 5 realms. Therefore, Xie Yuan has an irreconcilable feud with Wenhai Ju Mi. "You beat Josh and Ziliu by half to death. Xie Yuan is naturally grateful to you." Alliance gloated. "For this kind of thing, when you meet, you can just say thank you. There's no need to make an exception." Chen Pinggan understood that Alliance wouldn't invite him to a wine shop for a drink for no reason. It turned out that he wanted to help Xie Yuan resolve the knot in her heart. Of course, Alliance also drank for nothing. When they arrived at the Ning residence, Chen Pinggan went to the kitchen to cook. Grandma Bai helped and the two chatted about trivial matters. Alliance was in the side room of Chen Pinggan's residence. He flipped through the famous Bai Sword Immortal's seal manual. There were many blank fans and plain seals on the table. However, it seemed that he wouldn't be using the brush to cut them. Ning Yarrow sat at the side and asked, "What's the matter with the outer sky demon? Could it be that the Beko Keikyung building couldn't completely suppress it?" The origin of the outer sky demon had never been given a definite explanation in the world. As for the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, they didn't care at all. Alliance only gave a general idea. "It's all because of us cultivators. We can't clean up our own mess. We can only deceive ourselves and let it go." Year after year, there were floods everywhere. Qingming Tian could only use the stupidest method, which was to build dams to block the floods. Building dams to constrict the water, causing it to rise higher and higher. Over time, it became a dangerous situation where one's head was flooded and one was suspended high in the sky. It was not entirely the fault of the stupid cow nose in White Jade Capital. Every Qi refinement warrior was responsible for tracing the source of the problem. According to the senior brother of Daoist II, he has been working hard to find a way to cure the root cause. Daoist II and Lu Chen have their own countermeasures. However, Daoist II is too deliberate and cruel. It's very easy. Lu Chen's method is too casual. I guess even Daoist ancestor doesn't like it. More hope is placed on the eldest disciple. The 3 sect masters of the Beko Keikyung building were the 3 sect masters under Daoist ancestor in the world. However, the title of Daoist ancestor was given by the Daoist sect. Of course, the 100 schools of thought would not acknowledge it. Alliance smiled. "Don't blame me for being vague. I didn't mean to keep you in suspense. It's just that the speaker has no intention but the listener has the heart. Once a cultivator has the heart, it's usually a big obstacle. Especially this outer sky demon. The more talented you are, the more helpless you are to deal with it. Of course, nothing is absolute. There are always exceptions. You're an exception. However, it's not appropriate to tell you. It's better to let nature take its course." Ning Yarrow nodded. The reason why she asked about the outer sky demon was because she was worried about Chen Ping'an's aurous core and nascent soul in the future. As for herself, she didn't seem to have any hidden worries. It was not difficult for her to break through the aurous core and nascent soul realm. Alliance revealed another heavenly secret. The Taoists in the world of Qingming are busy. It's not easy. It's a different battlefield from the Great Wall of Sword Aura, but the degree of tragedy is similar. The Buddhist kingdom in the west is similar. Under the 9 springs, the ghosts gather like the sea. Who do you think is to blame? Ning Yarrow said, people? Alliance said, learning to read in life begins with worries. Then, when a person cultivates, of course, there will be more worries and more hidden dangers. Ning Yarrow was puzzled. Alliance, you should talk to Chen Pingan about this. He can answer. Alliance smiled, I won't add more burden to him. Ning Yarrow, you'll forget after you hear it. That's why it's right to talk to you. Alliance twisted a jade-like seal in his palms. There were no engravings on it. He said slowly, when it comes to cultivation, it's ultimately suppressed by the Tao of heaven and earth. In addition, on the path of cultivation, one has to be used to not losing. One can only take and not give. One can only accept and not let go. Of course, there will be endless troubles. The sages of the past climbed mountains to cultivate. They drank poison to quench their thirst. They had to drink. We, the younger generation, are just greedy for wine. In our thinking, the people of the past and the present are really two different people. That's why there's such a saying. The people of the past were externalized but not internalized. The people of the present are internalized but not internalized. These are the words that the old people can't help but scold from the bottom of their hearts when they're really angry. However, deep in their hearts, the old people actually hope that the young people in the future can prove that their angry words are wrong. Alliance put the seal back in its original position and said with a smile, no matter what, words have to be recognized, books have to be read, Tao has to be cultivated, the road has to be walked, and food has to be eaten. Ning Yarrow said, don't persuade Chen Pingan to drink. Alliance stood up and said, just drink, just drink. I promise I won't drink too much. But I have to drink. If the wine seller doesn't drink, then he must be the shopkeeper. Blackheart, I have to help the second shopkeeper prove his innocence. Today, at the Ning mansion, there were 4 people at the table eating together. They were all home-cooked dishes. Chen Pingan could only drink a bowl of wine. Alliance didn't stand on ceremony. He sat at the head of the table and asked with a smile, since he's your senior brother, he hasn't been to the Ning mansion? Chen Pingan said helplessly, he mentioned it. Senior brother said that teacher hasn't been to the Ning mansion before. As a student, he came first and put on airs. What's the matter? After asking and answering, during the sword practice on the city wall, senior brother used a lot of force. He probably blamed me for being unreasonable. Alliance took a sip of wine and shook his head. You're also stupid. Don't you know that when the time comes, you'll vacate the head of the table for the old scholar? Old Xiao will be sitting in advance. As a student, how dare he not sit with him? Even if teacher isn't by your side, you have to keep him in your heart. Chen Pingan felt that it made sense and felt deeply regretful. With his senior brother's temper, he believed that as long as he mentioned teacher, it would be useful whether he was there or not. Alliance was indeed experienced. He was still lacking in skills. Nanny Bai complained, son-in-law is an honest person. He's not as scheming as you, Alliance. Alliance quickly raised his bowl. Miss Bai, I'll punish myself with a cup. You drink with brother Alliance. Bai Lianshuang glared at Alliance and ignored him. She only helped Ning Yarrow and Chen Pingan get some food. She was an old woman. Was it appropriate for her to call someone Miss in front of Miss and son-in-law? Alliance looked at the white-haired old woman and couldn't help but feel a little sad. He remembered that when he first met Bai Lianshuang, she was still a slim and graceful young lady. Women were purely martial artists. Compared to female Qi refinement warriors, they were at a disadvantage. It was hard to tell the real age of the female sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. When Nailan Yeshing, who was in charge of the Ning mansion, saw the young lady Bai Lianshuang for the first time, he didn't look old. He looked like a man in his early 40s. But later, Bai Lianshuang turned from a young lady to a young lady with white hair. Nailan Yeshing also fell from the immortal realm to the jade pudding realm. His appearance suddenly looked old. In fact, when Nailan Yeshing looked like a middle-aged man, in Alliance's words, Brother Nailan, you have some good looks. In the vast world, you'll be in high demand. When Bai Lianshuang was young, she was very beautiful. Although she was born as a maid of the Yarrow family, In the Great Wall of Sword Chi, where many sword cultivators and martial artists were rare, she didn't have to worry about marriage. But Bai Lianshuang's vision was very high and her martial arts aptitude was very good. She didn't take a fancy to any sword immortal man. Year after year, the young lady became an old lady, and the old lady became an old lady. Alliance said with a smile, "Miss Bai, you probably don't know. Nailan Yeshing and Jiang Yun's grandfather, the one called Jiang Ji and nicknamed Shazi, are about the same age as you. There are also several drunkards who are still single. When they saw you in the early years, they were all scared to death and didn't dare to talk. But when they met in private, they all scolded each other for being shameless. Jiang Ji especially liked to scold Nailan Yeshing for being old and shameless. How old is a senior? Nailan Yeshing's ability to scold is really terrible. But fortunately, he's good at fighting. I once saw him sneak into the Jiang mansion in the middle of the night when Jiang Ji was asleep. He first knocked Jiang Ji out with a stick and then hit his face a few times. He wouldn't leave until the stick was broken. Every time Jiang Ji woke up, he didn't know why his face was swollen and bruised. Later on, he even bought several exorcism talisman with me. The old woman laughed. But from the corner of her eyes, she saw an empty seat near the door. Ning Yarrow was a little worried and looked at Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan shook his head gently, indicating that she shouldn't worry. There were some words that Chen Pinggan was just a junior after all. Bai Mama was an elder in the family, so it was not appropriate for him to say. It was more appropriate for Alliance to say it. Alliance and Bai Lianshuang talked about some old stories. Bai Mama didn't talk much and just listened. She really didn't know many people and things related to her, because she didn't pay attention to them before. Perhaps it was because she was destined to be in this mountain. Chen Pinggan found that Ning Yarrow was also listening very seriously, so he was a little helpless. Alliance suddenly asked, "Chen Pinggan, in your hometown, there are few girls of your age who you miss or like?" Chen Pinggan said without hesitation, "No. I'm too young. I don't understand these things. Besides, I went to the Dragon Kill to be an apprentice. According to the old rules in my hometown, girls are not allowed to go near the kill." Ah Liang said, "That's not right. I heard from Li Huai that there's a family next door in Mud Bottle Alley. There's a little girl there, and she's very pretty. This is the so-called childhood sweetheart in the book. How bad could their relationship be?" Li Huai said that you get up early every day to help fetch water. He also said that there's a hole in the wall of your house. You only need to open a window. Every day your ass. Chen Pinggan cursed in his heart, but he said, "Liu Xianyang likes her, but I don't." Also, when Li Huai saw you, Alliance, he never went to the Mud Bottle Alley. When he fetched water from Li Huai's house, he never went to the Iron Lock Well. It's too far away. There are two walls in my house. One side is next to Song Jisin's house, and the other side is next to Song Jisin's house. Whoever believes Li Huai's nonsense is an idiot. Ning Yarrow said, "I've seen her. She's pretty. It's just that she's not tall. If she doesn't stand on her tiptoes while looking at Chen Pinggan's courtyard, I can only see half her head." Alliance rubbed his chin. Obviously, he wanted to talk more. Chen Pinggan raised his wine bowl and drank it. "After drinking, I'll eat." During this meal, Alliance bragged about his past deeds in the Jianghu. He talked about the interesting mountain gods and water immortals he met. He said that he once met a ghostly scholar who was fat from eating. He really knew how to eat books and could really improve his cultivation. He was also lucky enough to attend a banquet in the mountains called the 100-Flower God Banquet. There, he met a little girl who was hiding and crying. It turned out that she was a little banana spirit. She was complaining about the scholars in the world, saying that there were very few banana spirit poems in the world. Because of this, her realm was not high and she was not liked by her sisters. Alliance was filled with righteous indignation. He cursed the scholars with the little girl. Then, Alliance was full of ideas. He wrote a few poems on the spot and wrote them on a leaf. He planned to give them to the little girl. In the end, the little girl did not accept a single leaf or poem. She ran away and cried even harder for some reason. Alliance also said that he once saw the mirror's flower, moon in the water with a few skeletons in the mountain tombs. He said that he recognized the fairy in the painting, but no one believed him. He once saw a mountain woman who was as cold as ice on a small bridge in the market. When she saw that there was no one around, the corners of her dress fluttered in the wind. She was very cute. He also once met a group of gossipy female ghosts on a mountain path that was overgrown with weeds. It scared him to death. He also once met a lonely little girl in a dilapidated tomb. She was muddle-headed. When she saw him, she shouted that he was a ghost and ran around randomly. She sank into the ground and jumped out again. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not leave the surroundings of the tomb. Alliance could only explain to the little girl that he was a good ghost and did not harm people. In the end, the little girl gradually regained her consciousness. She felt sad for Alliance and asked him how long it had been since he last saw the sun. Later on, before Alliance left, he built a small nest for the little girl. It was not a big place, but it could hide the wind and gather water and see the sun. At this point, the man who had been in high spirits finally stopped smiling. He drank a big mouthful of wine. Later on, when I passed by again, I went to look for the little girl. I wanted to know if she had grown up. I could not see her. When I asked, I found out that there was an immortal master passing by. He did not ask for the reason and just casually killed demons and devils. I remember when the little girl said goodbye to me happily. She said to me, "Haha, we are ghosts. In the future, I don't have to be afraid of ghosts anymore." Alliance picked up a peanut and put it in his mouth. He chewed carefully. If only I thought a little more, even a little more, for example, I would not have felt that a little ghost with such little cultivation in the wilderness would not care. Why did I have to bring her to a certain mountain god to settle down? Now that she had moved her nest, received some incense, and obtained some stability, would the little girl not be as happy as she used to be? I thought too much about things that I should not have thought too much about. For example, the cultivators on the mountain were focused on Tao and never thought too much about things. There are many what-ifs in the world, but I did not think too much about it. Alliance murmured, "Many years have passed. I still want to know. When this little girl who had no one to rely on in life and death, when she completely left the world, would she actually still remember that swordsman and want to say a word to him? If she wanted to say something, what would she say? I will never know." When Alliance said this, he looked at Chen Pingan. "I told you about the *T reason of not caring about it. You didn't listen to my advice. Very good. This is the Liju Cave Heaven Bumpkin I know. Everything in his eyes is important. You don't think that Alliance is a sword immortal. Why can't you let go of such a trivial matter and bring it up again at the table?" Alliance raised his wine bowl and drank it in one gulp. The parting of life and death of the strong was grand and magnificent, but the joys and sorrows of the weak were silent, and it was impossible to hear the whimpers of the weak. Ning Yarrow and Nanny Bai left the table first, saying that they wanted to go to the pavilion at Zhanlong Cliff together. Ning Yarrow asked Chen Pingan to accompany Alliance to drink more. Chen Pingan said that he would clean up the dishes later. After the two finished drinking, Chen Pingan sent Alliance to the gate. Chen Pingan suddenly remembered that Alliance seemed to have never had a proper place to stay in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He only knew that every time Alliance finished drinking, he would leisurely ride on his sword and live in the private houses left behind by the sword immortals outside the city. He could also lie down and sleep on the city wall. Alliance said, "In the next half a year, since you can't go down to the city to fight, you should plan for yourself. You will be busy raising your sword, practicing your fist, and refining objects. There is Cho Miao at the Summer Palace. The sword immortals of the hidden officials can fill in the gaps even if a few young outsiders leave. They will continue to perform their duties. Spring Banner House and Yang Ming will not make any mistakes. Let me give you a suggestion. You can go to Old Def's prison a few more times. If you have nothing to do, you can personally experience the suppression of the immortal realm. It's a pity that the Ascendant Realm demon's head was cut off, otherwise the effect would be better. I will inform Old Def and help you keep an eye on things. There won't be any accidents. Your original supernatural power of the sparrow in the cage and the bottleneck of the seventh realm can be used to hone them. Chen Pinggan wanted to say something but stopped. Alliance said, I can't delay it any longer. There is no need to delay it any longer. Half a year is enough for you to arrange a retreat. Chen Pinggan nodded. Alliance said with a smile, I will be there for the next half a year. Alliance suddenly said, you are a kind person. Your swordsmanship is high and your character is good. You have a kind face, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a strong back. You have a dignified appearance. Chen Pinggan was confused. He didn't know why Alliance's flattery was so stiff. Then, Chen Pinggan realized that he was on the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Near the thatched hut, there were either old sword immortals or great sword immortals. The tomboy Yuan Juhua had once given the top 10 sword immortals in the hearts of these children. They were Dong Sangeng, Alliance, the hidden official, Chen Shi, Qi Tingji, left and right, Naylan Xiaowei, Old Deaf, and Lu Ji. At this moment, Chen Pinggan's senior brother left and right were already in Tongya continent. They were replaced by Alliance who had returned to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. As for the hidden official, he was still there. However, he had changed from Xiao Chuo to Chen Pinggan. For some reason, there were 10 people gathered on the city wall today. Old sword immortal Chen Pinggan took the initiative to smile at the young hidden official. Chen Pinggan cupped his fists in return. Chen Qingdou placed his hands behind his back and asked with a smile, Lord Hidden Official, you are the only one here who isn't a sword immortal. Chen Pinggan nodded helplessly. Naylan Xiaowei glanced at him and chuckled. Chen Pinggan turned a blind eye to it. Alliance and Old Deaf put their arms around each other's shoulders and started muttering. Old Deaf lowered his head and stroked his beard with his fingers. He shot a few glances at the young hidden official before nodding vigorously. Chen Qingdou said, since we are done talking, let's disperse. Most of the sword immortals returned on their swords. Even Alliance didn't say anything as he strolled away with Old Deaf. Chen Pinggan was stunned on the spot. What? Chen Qingdou waved his hand and said, I pulled you over just to make up the numbers. Chen Pinggan probed, sword immortal boss, is there really nothing else for me to do? Chen Qingdou shook his head with pity in his eyes. Chen Pinggan had to take out the talisman boat and return to the city in confusion. Previously, on the north side of the city, he saw the sword immortal of Wind Snow Temple practicing swordsmanship. He greeted him and said that great sword immortal Wei Jin was basking in the sun. Wei Jin smiled and looked at the talisman boat with the same pity in his eyes as sword immortal boss. He was a little silly. When he returned to Ning Mansion, he only saw Nanny Bai in the pavilion. He didn't see Ning Yarrow. The old woman only smiled and said that she didn't know where Miss went. Chen Pinggan had nothing to do for a while and didn't know what to do. So he went to the summer palace on his sword to find something to do. Ning Yarrow was sitting in her room and writing the word Chen seriously. After she finished writing, she lay on the table in a daze. On the table, there were a few books next to the landscape travel book Chen Pinggan gave her. Each page was filled with Chen Pinggan's name and only his name. Today, he wrote Chen, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. He only wrote one word a day and Chen Pinggan every 3 days. She was different from Chen Pinggan. After Chen Pinggan met her, he went through thousands of mountains and rivers and had stories of all sizes. After she and Chen Pinggan reunited on the inverted mountain, her story seemed to be only about Chen Pinggan. 670. On top of the Great Wall of Sword Aura, a paper kite flew high. The paper kite flew past. For the first time, Zhao Guzhen and Cheng Quan did not sit opposite each other. The two friends who had been through life and death together sat side by side on the north side of the wall, overlooking a small alley in the city. Zhao Guzhen turned his head and glanced at the kite in the sky. Only that bastard Alliance would mess around on top of the wall. In the past, that man would have a bunch of children around him. In the previous group of children, there would be Chen Sanqiu, Dong Bubu, Dong Huatu, and Stack Zhong. In the next two groups, there would be Chou Miao, Gao Yi, and Luo Zheni. Zhao Guzhen retracted his gaze and continued to complain about Cheng Quan's lack of talent. She was too slow in refining the mountain. It was a waste of his defense formation to move the mountain. Cheng Quan held a seal with the word careless on it. She clenched her fists as if she needed to carefully protect the word careless. Cheng Quan did not argue with her old friend. Instead, she asked, "Do the sword immortals in the world not have so much love?" Zhao Guzhen laughed, "Not necessarily. Look at Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple. Isn't he a heartbroken lover? According to the rumors, he seems to be related to Chen Pinggan. However, such sloppy sword immortals are rare. Most of them are like Pu He and Xie Ji. They don't care much about love." Cheng Quan was silent for a moment. She said telepathically, "If we accumulate battle merits, one of us can probably leave. I'm more familiar with the second shopkeeper and we get along well. Should I greet him?" Zhao Guzhen sneered, "What kind of magic potion did that kid feed you? Do you have to be so sincere?" Cheng Quan, "Other than scolding people, when did you learn to beg people?" The Great Wall of Sword Aura had many disappointing sword immortals. For example, Mi Hu, whose talent was better than Yu Qing's, was full of regret even though she was now a great sword immortal. Mi Hu was supposed to be the sword immortal with the highest chance of entering the top 10. There was also Mi Hu's younger brother, Mi Yu, who was in the Jade Plane realm, who could not break through the bottleneck no matter what. Then there was Cheng Quan, who was beside Zhao Zhoge, who had fallen to the nascent soul realm. There was also Yin Chen, who was unable to ascend to the upper 5 realms, and Yang Ming, who had broken his arms and became a businessman who reeked of money. There were many sword cultivators like him in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Among the young people, there was also Pang Yuanji. Cheng Quan said, "I'm not joking with you." Zhao Yi smiled and said, "Do you think it's easier for a pure Jade stage sword immortal to leave, or for a good-for-nothing nascent soul stage cultivator to leave with his tail between his legs?" The battle merits accumulated by sword cultivators were mostly used to nurture their swords. In order to replenish such a bottomless pit, the hidden official's merit book would constantly increase and decrease. Usually, there would be very little left. Sword immortals were no exception. Sword immortals had great battle merits, and their flying swords were of high quality. However, their consumption was also great. For example, Great Sword Immortal Yu Qing had almost no battle merits left. For the sake of his younger brother Mi Yu, Mi Hu squandered all of his battle merits, which delayed his own cultivation. As for people like Lu Ji, whose battle merits only increased and did not decrease, they were ultimately very few. Cheng Quan said, "You should strive to go to the vast world, take in a few disciples, find a congenial Taoist companion on the mountain, and establish a sect there. If you are generous, you can hang a portrait of me in the ancestral hall." Unknowingly, a man squatted behind them. The wind on the city wall was strong, and the kite fluttered above their heads. Alliance laughed and said, "Why hang a portrait of Cheng Quan? It's easy for people to misunderstand when two big men are next to each other. If you want to hang a portrait of Tsayun. She's such a beautiful girl. Brother Zhao can tell your disciples and grand-disciples every day that this is Master's wife, ancestral grandma." In the early years of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there was a bastard called Cheng Quan. He was terrible at swordsmanship and looked ugly. Cheng Quan scolded loudly, "T. Last time when Zhao Lei went out of the city to help me move the mountain, he let it slip. He even admitted that the person Tsayun likes is." At this point, Cheng Quan stopped talking and could not continue. Alliance said, "Let's leave as long as we can." After saying this, Alliance stood up and continued flying the kite. When they passed by a place, it was empty. Alliance stopped for a long time and released the kite. In an instant, it drifted away into the sea of clouds. Alliance strolled along the way. Most of the sword immortals guarding the city wall were acquaintances anyway. Alliance could chat with them for a while. In one area, there were quite a lot of people. They were all sword cultivators from other provinces. 3 sword immortals were giving pointers to 3 junior sword cultivators. They were all sitting cross-legged and chatting happily. Alliance rubbed his hands and jogged over. One of the female sword immortals stood up and was about to leave. Alliance could not stand such things. When she saw Brother Alliance, There was no need for her to blush. She hurriedly wanted to take a stroll with the sword immortal elder sister. The city wall was extremely high and many clouds gathered beneath their feet. The sunset glow formed a beautiful sky. It was a beautiful scenery that was suitable for a scholar and a beauty to have a heart-to-heart talk. Even if they were not an immortal couple, they were better than one. Seeing that there was no way for her to escape, the woman chose the lesser of two evils. She returned to her original spot. After all, she was unwilling to be alone with this man. Among the three sword immortals, Fuyao continent Xie was born as a wild cultivator. He had always been alone his entire life and was unwilling to even take in a disciple. However, he had just changed his mind. He planned to take in one or two direct disciples from the Great Wall of Sword Qi to pass on his legacy. However, he did not choose children with amazing talent. Instead, he chose those who were to his liking, had great perseverance, and were known for their temperament and tenacity. This was because sword immortal Xie was not a good sword immortal in the first place. The female sword immortal Song Pin from the Golden Armor continent had a sword, Fuyao. Her makeup was beautiful and the hairpins she wore in front of her face were the work of a top immortal. They were exquisite. Female Qi refinement warriors rarely liked gold and silver hairpins like the women in the market. However, Song Pin did the opposite. She used a pool of gold as a distraction to attract people's attention. Not only did it not give people a vulgar feeling, it had a unique charm. Sword immortal Pu He of the Liuxia continent was a tall and skinny old man with a withered face. He was famous for his eccentric temperament in the Liuxia continent. Although he was a proper immortal master of records, he was much more carefree than sword immortal Xie, who cultivated in the wilderness. Pu He had been defeated in the Great Wall of Sword Qi and stayed here. He lived in the Sword Immortal's residence outside the city, Emerald Jade Pavilion. When Pu He saw Alliance, his expression was extremely ugly. The reason was simple. When Pu He had just traveled to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it was this son of a bitch who had urged him to challenge Mi Hu. He said that Mi Hu's realm was not high but he was famous. If he defeated Mi Hu and returned to the righteous world, he would have a hard back. Most importantly, if he defeated Mi Hu, it was equivalent to buying one and getting one free. He could defeat the even more famous Mi. If he did not take advantage of this, he would be struck by lightning. However, when Pu He challenged Mi Hu, he knew that Mi Hu's combat strength was equivalent to that of an immortal. The three young sword cultivators happened to come from the hometowns of the three sword immortals. They were Deerhorn Palace's Song Gaoyuan, Efflorescence Continent's Dragon Gate's Cao Gun, and Golden Armor Continent's Golden Cause Xian Can. The three of them had met Alliance at the summer abode. Especially Song Gaoyuan, who had completed the mission given to him by his ancestral master Rongguan. He had sent a message to Alliance that Song Gaoyuan had nothing to ask of him on this trip. As for Song Pin and the other two sword immortals, they had followed the young reclusive official to visit the Hanging Mountain's Spring Banner House. Therefore, they had a special relationship with the three young sword cultivators of the reclusive official's lineage. Otherwise, Xie and the other two would not have agreed to meet today and ask the three young people to give them pointers. It was not worthwhile. So what if they were from the same continent? They were senior sword immortals who stood at the peak of a continent. Why would they need this so-called friendship? To put it bluntly, if they knew how to conduct themselves, the three of them would not have come to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and put themselves in danger. They would have long established their own sects in their hometowns. Becoming a cultivator of the upper five realms and working hard to become the master of a sect were two different matters. It was publicly acknowledged that the latter was more difficult. Alliance sat beside Song Pin and said with a sigh, "Miss Song, how can you bear not to meet such a literary marriage after parting?" Fuyao continent once had a great poet who met a female sword immortal from the Golden Armor continent during his travels. He fell in love at first sight and wrote many touching poems. Unfortunately, he was unable to move his sweetheart. Sword immortal Xie was not too familiar with Alliance, so he was still in the mood to joke. "Senior Alliance, that famous line 'I once saw you and dreamed of you, your eyes were bright and clear like candles' and the poem half fated to cultivate the Tao, half-fated to be a ruler is indeed a perfect match. Song Pin was slightly angered. Xieji, be careful with your words. Xieji immediately shut his mouth. Women who could enter the upper 5 realms, especially sword immortals, were not easy to deal with. Their spirits were often more heroic than men. Song Pin, Xie Songhua from the White Jade continent, and Zhong Cai from the Northern Reed continent fought on the battlefield. Each one of them was fiercer than the other. Nayland Saihuan, a native nascent soul sword cultivator, could be considered ruthless when fighting with her sword. However, her sword heart was not pure enough. Compared to the 3 sword immortals, she was still inferior. Xieji could not help but think of the female sword immortal, Zhu Cheng. He did not like her, but he could not forget her. That woman was like a deer that disappeared in the forest. It was not common to see her in the world. Song Gaoyuan and the other 2 were very curious. It would be a waste if they did not listen to the grievances of the seniors on the mountain. Especially Song Gaoyuan, his ears perked up. Song Pin had once appeared at the opening ceremony of the Deer Horn Palace. She was very graceful and had a very good relationship with ancestral Master Rongguan. It was probably because of this that Song Pin's impression of Senior Alliance was so bad. Unexpectedly, Alliance changed the topic and asked about the recent situation at the foot of the mountain in the Fuyao continent. He then entrusted Xieji and the other 2 sword immortals with a matter. If they returned together in the future, they would have to take a detour and pass on a message to the scholarly sage of the Deer Cry Academy in the Fuyao continent. Before leaving, Alliance passed on the 18 stops of sword chi to the 3 youngsters. He made an agreement with them that they could pass on this method of sword chi to others in the future, but they had to choose carefully. The 3 of them stood up and bowed to thank this senior. After Alliance got up, he only said goodbye to Song Pin. The female sword immortal with a high realm and thin skin did not react at all. Alliance considerately flashed and went directly to the other side of the Great Wall of Sword Chi to see the scholarly sage sitting on the city wall. The scholarly sage raised his head and looked at the sky. He could vaguely see the 3 moons in the sky. He slowly said, "Come from what you hear, leave from what you see." Alliance said, "Don't meet Tathagata with your body." The words of the scholarly sage, who was once a Buddha, came from the poetry of the vast world. However, Alliance's answer was in the language of Buddhism. The scholarly sage, who was now a quasi-sage, smiled and said, in a trance, "It's like traveling an old path, like meeting an old friend." Alliance was silent and lay back. Previously, at the wine table in the Ning mansion, Alliance only said half of the last story. However, Chen Pinggan definitely understood the second half of the story. Because young people were also scholars, they also walked the same path. They had seen a lot of Jianghu. An immortal master of records traveled mountains and rivers, killing demons and killing innocents. Who could Alliance take revenge on? How could he take revenge? If he took out his sword, he should hand out a heavy sword to be reasonable. If he was unreasonable and let his emotions affect his decisions, how could he be sure that the person was from the same sect? If there wasn't a little girl who widened her eyes and asked why? If he was reasonable everywhere, his heart would be depressed. Drinking was useless, how could he calm it down? The reason why Alliance didn't continue at that time was that he was afraid that Chen Pinggan would get to the bottom of it and ask about the ending. Therefore, every heart-wrenching story had a heart-warming beginning. In the city in the north, Yang Ming rarely returned to his mansion. He sat in the study with his eyes closed. The little demon who was proficient in accounting opened page after page of the account book and complained to the man. She said that the family couldn't make ends meet. How could they do business like this? She said that she must complain to the young hidden official. Otherwise, the entire Yang family would become poor. The mischievous little guy sat down on the account book, raised his head and asked, "That thing in front of us, can we really not get it back? That thing in front of us is not an ordinary thing. We can't be so unclear. The hidden official should at least give us an explanation." Yang Ming opened his eyes and smiled. "It's difficult." Previously in the meeting hall of the Spring Banner House, Chen Pinggan took the initiative to talk about this matter. They were trapped in the siege of the 5 sword cultivators and were miserably schemed by the king-level great demon. They had caused some damage to the thing in front of them. They had to repair it before returning it. Otherwise, it would be too immoral. Yang Ming naturally couldn't be bothered to argue. Yangs were knocked on the door and entered. He didn't know what to say after entering the house. He was still afraid of this father. In fact, Yang Ming was not good at talking to his son. When the Yang family head didn't speak, he was indeed very dignified. The little demon coughed and winked. Yang Ming then said, "Don't listen to Alliance's nonsense. Actually, you've always been like me since you were young. As long as you're a little thinner, you're not bad." Yangs were just sat on the chair and the chair immediately creaked. The little demon held his stomach and laughed in the account book. Yang Ming's face was tense at first, but he couldn't help but laugh too. Yangs were scratched his head, not knowing what to do. He wasn't used to this kind of father. In a small alley, beside a crooked stone tablet, 2 busy children were squatting. They were Feng Kangol and Daoban, who were the waiters of the wine shop. The second shopkeeper taught them the method of steely rubbing and gave them all the items needed for steely rubbing. The 2 children were to run errands and earn money. After that, they would pay according to the number of words. As long as they were diligent and nimble, they could earn a lot of copper coins. After eating Yang Chun noodles, they could casually add that poached egg. Feng Kangol said that he wanted to learn from Chen Pingan and become a bag dealer. He wanted to travel everywhere and pick up junk to exchange for money. When that time came, his money jar wouldn't be enough. He would have to change to a bigger one. Daoban said that he wanted to open a wine shop with good business in the future. He wouldn't be a waiter but a shopkeeper. He didn't work every day and only collected money. As the 2 children busied themselves, they whispered to each other about their dreams that were as far away as the sky. In the big words on the wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi facing the battlefield, the old sword cultivator Yin Chen sat on a badly worn praying mat. He had no relatives or friends in this life and had no attachments. The old sword cultivator didn't know what he was living for. Sword Immortal son Juyuan took off his shoes and sat in the corridor of his house. He leaned against a smoking basket and held a wine cup in his hand. He drank by himself and his sleeves were dragging on the ground. A graceful talisman beauty was floating in the courtyard. Sword Immortal Guo looked at his daughter eating with her head lowered. His wife was nagging at her to eat slowly. No one was fighting for food. She was like a reincarnated hungry ghost. She didn't look like a young lady. How could she marry in the future? Could it be that she would only be happy if she became an old lady like Dong Buji? Guo Zhujiu looked up and grinned. He quickly shut his mouth and his cheeks were puffed up. Li Cai, who had bought the Lingyun restaurant, went out to relax. She walked to the door of the armory that was already empty. The sword cultivators of the Tai Hui sword sect had left this mansion after the death of their sect leader, Han Huizi, and returned to the vast world. Li Cai stood in the same place. One time when she was a guest at the armory, her senior, Han Huizi, had once joked to her that there were many female sword cultivators in Fuping Sword Lake. However, there were too many male sword cultivators in Tai Hui sword sect. In the future, both sides could marry each other. At that time, the sword cultivators of the Tai Hui sword sect's ancestral hall were all worthy young talents. They all looked at her, the sect leader of Fuping Sword Lake. Li Cai agreed and said that she would matchmake the young men and women of the 2 sects and give them more opportunities to travel together. When the time came, as long as both sides were willing, she, Li Cai, was willing to be the matchmaker. The tall and thin Lu Ji was actually quite ordinary. However, because of Alliance, she was inexplicably known as the best in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In Lu Ji's private mansion, Madame Xianyang was brewing tea. This upper 5 realms spirit who had just handed over a plum blossom garden to the summer palace was treated as an equal by Lu Ji. However, Madame Xianyan's words and actions in private had always been that of a servant. At this moment, she knelt on a bamboo mat and handed a cup of tea to Mr. Lu with both hands. Madame Xianyang asked softly, previously, the sword deity boss had gathered many sword deities, including Mr. Lu? Lu Ji shook her head. Madame Xianyang was tactful and did not ask any more questions. Madame Xianyang could not help but say telepathically, Mr. Lu, the more sword cultivators die in battle, the more sword fate will be left behind in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Once the city is breached and the master changes, who will benefit the most? Of course, it will be the sword cultivators of the wild world. Does that young secluded official not know, or is he pretending not to know? If he doesn't know, then so be it. Doing his best to be a thankless new secluded official is indeed admirable. If he knows, isn't he an accomplice fishing for fame? How is such a person different from the Great Wall of Sword Qi? How can he be worthy of Mr. Lu's favor? Lu Ji asked in return, you seem to have some prejudice against Chen Pinggan? Madame Xianyang shook her head. I just can't believe that a young man would go to this extent just because the woman he loves is at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Lu Ji hesitated for a moment and said, I can only tell you that this is the sword deity boss's idea. Chen Pinggan is just doing what he says. Madame Xianyan's eyes suddenly brightened. She said, Mr. Lu, is it possible that one day in the future, we will have our own sect in the Great Wall of Sword Qi? That we will only accept female cultivators? Lu Ji smiled and said, a grown woman can't be kept at home. Even if there are only female disciples on the mountain, do they want to go down the mountain to gain experience? Once they go down the mountain, how can they not fall in love with men? You will still be troubled when the time comes. Madame Xianyang sighed and fanned herself with her hand. If you want to blame someone, blame men like Alliance and Chen Pinggan. They are the ones who attract the most love debts. Lu Ji was puzzled. Alliance is fine, but how did Chen Pinggan attract the love debts? Are there any women in the Great Wall of Sword Qi who like him? Madame Xianyang put her hand to her forehead. My Mr. Lu, there are so many. Just talking about the Summer Palace, I realized that the woman called Luo Zhini didn't even know her own feelings. She even felt that she was looking at people coldly. She always felt that man's every word was unpleasant to the ears. That's how much she hates men. Lu Ji thought for a moment. She seemed to have some impression of that woman. She seemed to be a pretty young woman. Lu Ji said, why doesn't she like the sorrowful seedling? It seems like both of them have been together day and night. Logically speaking, she should like the sorrowful seedling. Madame Xianyang was suddenly in high spirits. She felt that there were a lot of things she could talk about with Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu, allow me to tell you everything. There's a lot to learn about this. Lu Ji was a little regretful and was about to stop this boring topic when Madame Xianyang said bitterly, Mr. Lu, just treat it as a way to relieve boredom. Lu Ji drank tea as if it was wine. She drank it in one gulp and passed the teacup over. Madame Xianyang helped to pour a cup of tea and laughed softly. There are many men in the world who always think that they are romantic and mislead women. They don't know that women are not blind. In fact, those who are truly infatuated are the ones who can quietly open women's hearts. Besides, it's good that you can't ask for more. As for people like Miu who like to pretend to be cultured and who like to take the initiative to attract women, he really doesn't fit the bill. He still has the nerve to call himself a drunken immortal among hundreds of flowers, the most immortal immortal? Lu Ji suddenly said, it seems that Miu and Chen Pinggan have a good relationship. Madame Xianyang cursed, neither of them are good people. The children who were practicing martial arts in the Cold Palace were also allowed to return to their own homes. Jiang Yun from Taixiong Street returned home and began to boast to his grandfather about how great this martial artist was and how sword cultivators could not compare to him. When it was just the two of them, Jiang Yun was still practicing the 6-step stance as he walked. At the same time, he also demonstrated a few martial arts moves taught by the young hidden officials and asked his grandfather how they were. Jiang Ji was originally just trying to brush off his favorite grandson by saying some random compliments. However, when the old sword cultivator saw his grandson use the so-called back elbow, he was really impressed. The old man hesitated for a moment and allowed his grandson to continue practicing. He seemed to casually ask the old woman who taught him how she was doing. Jiang Yun said that the old woman's martial arts were passable but her temper was a little bad. She seemed to like to deliberately pick on him. When Jiang Ji heard this, he laughed instead of being angry. He was very pleased. In the old man's heart, Bai Lianshuang of the Ning mansion seemed to have never changed. She was always the same cold-faced young girl. When they met by chance in the early years, she was tired of Jiang Ji looking at her. The young man wanted to steal a few more glances at her. The young girl, Sun Tian, returned to the grand mansion on Yuhu Street. The proud and arrogant younger sister, Sun Zhao, who had been a sword cultivator for a long time, took the initiative to chat with her sister. She asked if the young hidden official's martial arts were really as powerful as the legends said. She even asked Sun Tian if she knew how the young hidden official defeated 5 genius sword cultivators of the wilderness by himself. She even asked if that guy would really help them with their martial arts every now and then. Sun Tian was caught off guard by Sun Zhao's questions. Sun Zhao was a little impatient and rolled her eyes at her sister. She was still so shy after practicing martial arts. In the end, the two sisters sat side by side on the railing. Sun Zhao flew around them on her natal flying sword. Sun Tian asked her sister one question after another like a student talking to her teacher. Sun Tian probed, "Can I tell you a story about an old fox marrying off her daughter and a mountain god marrying a bride?" Sun Zhao's face was full of disdain, but she said, "I'll listen." In the end, she waited until her elders came to call Sun Zhao to practice her sword. Only then did the young girl jump down from the railing and run off to practice. The tomboy, Yuan Juhua, returned home and told her mother about her martial arts practice. She told her all the trivial things, but she didn't mention how hard it was to practice martial arts. In the end, Yuan Juhua was a little sad and said that she was very envious. Jiang Yun and Shu Gong's martial arts practice went smoothly, and they were also envious of Sister Guo who carried a bamboo box. The woman didn't know how to console them, so she hugged her daughter in her arms. She smiled gracefully and gently called her daughter's name. The three of them were good friends since young. They were now eating together at Shu Gong's house in Twilight Alley. Shu Gong didn't have any elders in his family, but Zhong Pan and Tang Chu from Copper Coin Alley weren't. Their relatives and elders were working at the pill shop. Shu Gong and Zhong Jiazhen, who had secretly left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, were also friends. They often worked together to make a living. Zhong Jiazhen was a few years older than the three of them. Although the three of them were very close friends, their personalities were different. Shu Gong had been steady since young. Zhong Pan came from the best family, but he was the most timid. Tang Chu had the most wicked ideas. Tang Chu giggled and asked, "When can we drink?" Zhong Pan quickly said, "People who have just started practicing martial arts can't drink. If Granny Bai finds out, we'll be beaten half to death. We might even be chased out." Tang Chu pursed her lips. "Every time Mr. Chen sits by the railing and watches us practice, he drinks so freely. I heard that Mr. Chen's flagon is a blade-strengthening gourd. I'm so jealous." Shu Gong said, "That's Mr. Chen. We can't do it. We'll learn martial arts first." "But why don't we drink?" Shu Gong paused, and the three of them laughed together. "We don't have money." The old sword immortal, Dong San, stood outside a courtyard in his house. It used to be his grandson, Dong Guanpu's residence. Dong Guanpu was killed by Chen Qingju. Dong Bude and Dong Huafu stood behind their ancestor. They didn't know why their ancestor called them here. Dong San asked, "Sancho is a good kid. Why don't you like him?" Dong Bude said, "Actually, I like him." Dong San nodded. He didn't find it strange. Only Dong Huafu was confused. He didn't know why his sister suddenly changed her mind. Dong San said, "Then just tell Sancho. There's nothing to be embarrassed about." Dong Bude shook his head. "I don't want to talk about it. I like him when I don't see him, but when I see him, I'm annoyed." Dong San turned around and stared. "Look at you. You're such a sissy." Dong Bude rolled his eyes. Dong San laughed. "I can't help it. When I saw you and Sancho, I always felt that you were a man and he was a girl." Then the old man stopped laughing. "Since you've thought it through, don't hide it anymore." Dong Bude shook his head stubbornly. Dong San didn't force him. Children and grandchildren had their own blessings. After all, These children were not like the old people when they gathered and parted. Dong San looked at Dong Huafu and asked, "Don't you have a girl you like?" Dong Huafu shook his head and said crisply, "I don't have time." Dong San laughed angrily. "You have time just because you eat and drink every day?" Dong Huafu nodded. Alliance said that he had seen countless strange people and strange things in his life, but he had never seen someone who didn't spend a single penny in the Jianghu. "This has never happened before. I did it. I have to keep it up." Dong San asked, "You're quite energetic, kid?" Dong Huafu nodded. Dong San clicked his tongue. "You're so stingy. If you can find a wife in the future, I'll take your surname." Dong Bude didn't want to listen to the old and young chatter. He asked, "What are we doing here?" Dong San said, "It's easy to forget things when you're too young or too old. That's why I called you here." Dong Bude said, "The reputation of the Dong clan is lost. I'm just a girl. I can't earn it back. Charcoal can make do." Dong San laughed. "That's not the case. The Dong clan hasn't fallen to the point of needing 2 children to keep up appearances. I just want the 2 of you to remember, don't take things for granted in the future." Over at the Stacked Cliff wine shop, there was a drunkard who wasn't single. He was a new face. In the end, he was yelled at by a group of sword cultivators that he was in a hurry. This infuriated the drunkard to no end. He asked for a few more jugs of Bamboo Sea Paradise wine and scolded those old bachelors for not even having a chance to be in a hurry in bed. The young man and young woman who worked as waiters were all very confused. They had heard a lot of drunken and vulgar words, but this was the first time they had heard of such a scholarly saying. The young man asked a familiar customer and understood. The young woman was also curious and secretly asked, but the young man blushed slightly and shook his head vigorously, saying that he didn't know. An old sword cultivator who had recited poems and written couplets in the past 2 years sighed with emotion to a new friend he had pulled over to drink. A certain son of a b'tch once said that there are 2 kinds of people that you must be careful of. Don't provoke those who have never been drunk and who drink regularly. Don't bully those who are used to being bullied but never beg for mercy. Don't you think that makes sense? That friend wasn't too tactful. He asked, "Which son of a b'tch? Is it Alliance or the second shopkeeper?" The old sword cultivator immediately waved his hand. "What kind of nonsense is this? Stacked Cliff, give me another jug of wine. I want to drink a few bowls of forfeit wine with my friend." The sword cultivator who had taken out another jug of wine for no reason nodded and said, "On the wine table, drinking and getting drunk are all quiet. On the battlefield, even when you're beaten, you still don't make a sound. You're talking about our second shopkeeper." Then the one who said this logic should be Alliance. These scholars kept going around in circles, making people unable to make heads or tails of what they were talking about. Come. While those 2 sons of a b'tch aren't here, let's drink and curse more. I won't pay for the wine, but I'll pay for the cursing. Even if Alliance and the second shopkeeper are in front of me, I'll still say the same thing. In terms of drinking capacity, those 2 added together won't be my match. The old sword cultivator was stunned. "You too?" That drunkard smiled knowingly and pretended to be profound. On the street outside the Ning residence, there was an old man with a complicated expression. It seemed like he didn't know whether to knock or not. In the end, the old man sighed and returned to the Yarrow residence. At the small thatched cottage on the city wall, Wei Jin had some distracting thoughts and no longer deliberately nurtured his sword. Eldest Sword Immortal stood to the side and smiled. "I've always wondered what's so good about drinking wine." Wei Jin hurriedly stood up. "Drinking wine might not be that good. Maybe it's a habit." Chen Qingdu looked at the northern city and said, "Do you know why Sword Chi Great Wall's wine shops have the best business?" Wei Jin and Eldest Sword Immortal both looked at the city and nodded. "There are too many sword cultivators, and the place is too small. It seems like only drinking wine can solve the problem. In the vast world, such a small place is at most a place for 1 or 2 sword immortals to cultivate." Wei Jin asked, "Eldest Sword Immortal, why do you want me to return to Aquarius continent and not Fuyao continent?" Is it because my cultivation is not high enough? Actually, I can assist one of the sword immortals. Chen Qingdu said, yes and no. Wei Jin was helpless. Eldest sword immortal was obviously not willing to say more, so he did not dare to ask. Chen Qingdu placed his hands behind his back and strolled alone. Previously, the 10 of them had gathered at the city wall in order. Qi Tingji was the first to arrive. Chen Qingdu had told him, Qi Tingji, you can preserve your cultivation and go to Fuyao continent to establish your own sect. Before you leave, show some of your true skills. If you continue to be a fool, you don't need to go to Fuyao continent. Qi Tingji asked why he was not going to North continent. Chen Qingdu laughed, you still have the face to go to North continent. Not to mention Han Huizi, just Li Cai, who is only at the unpolished Jade realm, can you, Qi Tingji, compare to her? Other than having an extra one in your pants, what can you compare to that woman? Qi Tingji was silent for a moment, then said, among all the descendants of the Qi clan, among the sword cultivators, I will only take Qi Shou with me. He will follow Nailan Chao Wei to another place, you can't take him with you. Qi Tingji sighed deeply. He really did not dare to bargain with Chen Qingdu. In Chen Qingdu's eyes, this Qi Tingji was the most like a cultivator at the peak of the vast world. Choosing Qi Shou to inherit the incense. He still had his eyes on Qi Shou's talent. But other than bargaining, Qi Tingji really had some things to say that he would not feel good. For the first time in his life, Qi Tingji directly called eldest sword immortal by his name, Chen Qingdu. You watched so many sword cultivators die here, don't you feel guilty at all? Just because of the 2 words sword cultivator? Chen Qingdu sneered, without me, would you have all of you? Don't you understand first come first serve? You should really change your surname to Dong. Then, Chen Qingdu could not be bothered to talk nonsense with Qi Tingji. He called for the second person and continued to speak telepathically. Chen Shi went to the 5th world. But he needed to be disarmed, born with knowledge. As a disciple of the Chen clan, Chen Shi had to answer to this great wall of sword qi. Chen Shi only had one question, what about Sancho? Chen Qingdu said to go to the vast world. Chen Shi then asked who Chen Sancho would go with. Chen Qingdu did not answer. Then, it was Dong Sangeng. Chen Qingdu asked him if he really regretted it. Dong Sangeng only said that he did not regret anything in his life when he first picked up the sword when he was young. Chen Qingdu asked with a smile, I heard from Alliance that when you roamed the wilderness, you had many lovers and had a bunch of illegitimate children. Dong Sangeng cursed. In the end, Chen Qingdu said, you don't even know how to curse, no wonder your achievements are limited. After that, Lu Ji, Old Deaf, and Nailan Chao Wei were called to the city by eldest sword immortal. Finally, it was Alliance and Chen Pinggan. Chen Qingdu thought of something. After becoming the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, that kid was still too relaxed. It was ridiculous. The old man said to Chen Pinggan, who was in the summer palace, go to Old Def's place and do something that's part of your duty. Don't worry, it's a good thing, lest you have nothing to do in the future. If you're not careful, your Dao heart will collapse. Chen Pinggan was about to ask what was going on when eldest sword immortal threw him to the entrance of the prison where Old Def was overseeing. Looking at Old Def's pitiful eyes, Chen Pinggan knew that it was definitely not the so-called training of fist and sword as Alliance had said. It was definitely eldest sword immortal's impromptu idea. Chen Pinggan felt that something was wrong. Old Def did not say a word. He opened the restriction and brought the young hidden official into the prison. Alliance ran over anxiously to denounce him. Are you crazy? In this way, he will be suppressed by the great Tao of the entire wilderness. Chen Qingdu laughed. This is nothing, I have endured for 10,000 years. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.